Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular town council meeting for Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. Please rise for a moment of silence. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson. Carmody.
Here.
Fishbein.
Here.
Laffin.
Here.
Marone. Tata. Here. Testa.
Here.
Zandri.
Here.
Chairman Cervoni.
Here. Can I please get a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve or accept consent agenda items A through V.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda passes. Item 4, there are no items removed from the consent agenda. Before we go into our usual public question and answer period, I do want to let everybody in the auditorium know that there will be an opportunity to talk about the proposed school merger right after the presentation. So if your comment is about that, I'd ask you to consider deferring that until that period. Is there any other public comment? Is that you, Mr. Chardulo? Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Chardulo, 2 Bayberry Drive. We all know that we're still in the pandemic. Hopefully we're at the tail end of it. Folks are still getting ill. Folks are still going to the hospital, and some are even dying, which is very unfortunate. The pandemic's been a real bear. In addition to that, in the environment that we're living in right now, we've been fighting inflation for a year, which has had a devastating impact on the country, on many people. Many folks are struggling because of the inflation. And it's my understanding that we're heading towards a recession. There's not an absolute 100% agreement on this, but it certainly looks like that's where we're going. Personally, I think that over the next 5 to 10 years, what's going to happen is that we're going to have to roll back the 16 or 17 trillion dollars that the government spent and that the Federal Reserve injected into the economy to get us through the pandemic. And that was all a good thing. We needed to do that. But nevertheless, it creates the environment that we're in today. Now, when you bring it down to Wallingford, it turns out Wallingford is actually shrinking in population. If you go back and look at the last 10 years, you'll see that our population is actually dropping. Student enrollment is down. My understanding is it's around 1,500 students. So, considering that that's where we are today, it's my belief that this body, that our administration, should be looking at scaling back local government, reducing costs to keep it in line with the trends in Wallingford. Well, we seem to be going in the opposite direction. We've just approved the $35 million for the police department, as I understand it. And now we're here tonight to talk about possibly spending another $116 million. Now, if you add those two numbers together, and add to that the fact that we have a $100 million shortfall in the pension fund, which we have not addressed. We're looking at $250 million that we're putting onto the taxpayers of Wallingford. So, I wanted to bring that to the attention of everyone and say to you that now is not the time to spend. Now is the time to take a hard look at local government and streamline it, make it more efficient.
Anyone else? All right, I see no takers. Before I move on, is Cheryl Christie Collette here? She was just reappointed to the Historic Properties Commission. All right, she is not. Item 6 has been removed from the agenda. I think we'll see it again in a future meeting. So we are on to item 7, which is the Board of Education's presentation.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Before we engage in the presentation, I know I did email you earlier in the week. I note that the agenda item says possible action. And, you know, we have a lot of people here tonight, and we have procedures in this town. And to my knowledge, nobody has requested that this body do anything in any official manner. You know, unfortunately, people don't know, with all due respect, the procedure, and my understanding is that the Board of Ed, you know, what we're anticipating having tonight is the public hearing that the Board of Ed perhaps should have had. So I'm a little concerned that the procedure, as we all know, is that the Board of Education is looking for something, they go to the mayor's office, the mayor's office then makes a recommendation to us, and then we deal with it. And the other concern is that there's going to be a new mayor, there's going to be a new Board of Education, there's going to be a new town council, and this ain't getting done before that happens. So I'm just trying to figure out, what are we being asked to do here tonight, because our packet reflects absolutely nothing.
So there is nothing unusual about something coming from the Board of Education with discussion and possible action. Historically, all of the union contracts that come from the Board of Ed are directly from the Board of Ed and get on our agenda with discussion and possible action, whether we take it or not. The only requirement that the administration make a recommendation is if there's some financial impact, a budget transfer or a bonding ordinance, and that is not being sought tonight. My impression is that the Board of Education is looking for the council's opinion. They can ask for that. If no counselor makes a motion, then there's no action taken. But there's nothing inappropriate about the item on the agenda as presented, and it doesn't violate any of our procedures.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm always open to the discussions, but with all due respect, our opinion at this point means absolutely nothing. And, you know, the community pool is a perfect example. Our opinion was the community pool should be done. And our opinion was unanimously the community pool should be put re-out to bid. But the mayor's office decided not to do that. So even if we had the opinion unanimously that we should do something here, it's got to come from there. So I just don't want people sitting here all night with the anticipation that something is going to happen tonight when procedurally this is improperly before us. But I'm certainly willing to listen and to the discussion.
So community pool is a great example where the council took a vote where there was no recommendation from the administration. So
No, originally the administration came to us through Park and Rec. We approved it. The mayor vetoed it, and then we didn't override the veto. In the absence of actual action, we took it upon ourselves to vote to allow the administration to put it out to bid again, and that hasn't happened. So it's procedurally where we are. So thank you.
yeah, and that last vote that was taken by the council, there was no recommendation from the administration before us at that time.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor,
I would just point out that, yes, community pool did come before us. We went out to bid on it. The bids came in high. As a result of the high bids, it was vetoed. There was not the support vote to overcome the veto. So the subject matter followed the usual course. Subsequent to that, there was issues of going out to bid again. But that has complexities because some people want what was originally designed and other people want some new design. So we don't have a bid that would satisfy everyone. That would require a new design. But the example of the community pool does not in any way mirror what is happening tonight.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the point of order, I have a question for the law department. If an action is taken tonight that is simply a vote of the council's opinion on the project, but no money is being asked for or voted on, would this decision still be subject to referendum, or does there need to be money involved in order for something to go to referendum?
A referendum would be possible on any action by the town council.
Action. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, we'll entertain the presentation from the Board of Ed.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us this evening. I'm Danielle Lizzie, Superintendent, Wallingford Public Schools.
Tammy Raccio, Board of Education Chair.
Mike Votto, Facilities Chairperson.
So tonight, we would like to share a presentation with all of you to go over the decision that the Wallingford Board of Education has come to and made regarding one consolidated high school. So the first slide that you see in front of you is just a feasibility picture. So I want to thank Dave Stein and Michelle Miller from Silver Petroselli, who have worked with us on this study and have shared this slide with us, as many others you'll see as we go through. This was just to see if this was something that could fit. So if this ever goes on to be one consolidated high school, it may not look like this. And the board voted to have one consolidated high school. And discussions will come through as I move through the presentation regarding location of that. So tonight I want to provide an overview of the history of the project from when it started. Look at enrollment analysis and projections, take a look at the elementary schools, the middle schools, the high schools, and the Board of Education decision. And then included in one of the studies we did, looked at our central office, adult education, the Wallingford Transition Academy. You'll see as I move through, there are some terms that you'll hear from me multiple times. And one of them is renovate as new. So I provided just an overview of what some of those terms mean and some of what you'll see as we move through. So the renovate as new really talks to the facility taking on the useful life, looking at a compliance of all of the codes and a structural life comparable to a new facility. The reimbursement rate is the percentages that are calculated annually. They're calculated based on the town's financial standing, and it's based on net grand list per capita. They can be no higher than 70% and no lower than 10%. The rates for the 23-24 years and beyond are not available yet. So something to pay attention to is it's broken down for each town. For the 2023 school year, for this year, general construction's at 53.22%. New construction's at 43.22%. Building limitations, facility needs. So the limitations determined by visual observations during tours, meetings with our administrators, a review of the facility strategic plans that we have, and capital needs. Another component you'll see is the space standards worksheet. So this is something that determines the maximum reimbursable gross square feet. So it talks about what requires the highest projected enrollment, number of students projected for each grade level, and it takes into account our space and what we're developing based on design and professional selection of spaces. You'll also see us talk a little bit through this presentation about utilization. So each one of our facilities that was looked at comes with a utilization rate. And that rate is based on the space requirements for the educational programs. It takes into account Wallingford's class size guidelines. It looks at the size of the classrooms, programs offered for each of the schools, and together it compiles a utilization rate. Utilization rates for the buildings should be between 80 and 100%. I'm going to go through a little bit of the history. So as I was researching and getting ready for all of this when I took over the new superintendent position, I had come across that back in 2016, the Wallingford Plan of Conservation and Development adopted a 10-year plan. And one of those recommendations was to prepare for anticipated changes in enrollment patterns and educational programming and align the school facilities with projected needs. So they recommended that we conduct a school facilities master plan. Take a look at our enrollment, take a look at the buildings, the structure of our buildings, the facilities, the conditions of it, and look at our programming for our students. An initial study was done when Dr. Menzo was the superintendent. It was done back in 2018 by Malone and McBroom, Silver Petrosilli and Associates, and Ed Aram and Associates. They focused on enrollment, utilization. They determined programmatic limitations, evaluating the spaces that we have, and they also looked at central office space and adult education. That study determined that there was a projected decline in enrollment, that the Lyman Hall projected decline was 19% overall for 10 years, from 2018 to 2028, and that the Mark-T-Sheehan projected decline would be 23% over 10 years. They looked at the maintenance of 4 of our buildings. So this study focused on both of our high schools and both of our middle schools only. It did not include the elementary schools. It looked at our inability to be able to expand our programming for our students due to the space limitations within the buildings. Something else to keep in mind is at Lyman Hall High School, we have the ASTE Center, which was opened in January of 2010. So that has the 20-year life expectancy for the grant. So if that program is halted prior to the 20 years, there is a penalty for that the district would have to pay. The swimming pool and the planetarium are located at Mark-T-Sheehan High School. The limited availability of centrally located properties of a sufficient size to accommodate our middle school or high school. It looked at central office spaces, because right now we are leasing the space that we are in for central office. And it looked at district programming in town-owned spaces. So adult ed is located within the train station here in town. And so we know that the future of that is not always guaranteed as to where it will be. The results from what I call the initial restructuring study from back in 2018, they decided with the Board of Education back then to have 3 different scenarios. So I just wanted to give you an overview of the scenarios that were presented at that time. So it was to execute a 3-year maintenance plan. Scenario 2 was to renovate as new the middle schools and both high schools. And scenario 3 was to renovate as new the middle schools and 1 renovated high school. Dr. Menzo at that time, along with the Board of Education, had sent out surveys to all community members. And there were 2,294 complete responses. The responses to the scenarios are here, just to show you that scenario 2 was at 44% of what most people who responded were looking for, which was the renovate all 4 buildings. Scenario 3 came in at 35%, which is the renovate the middle schools and consolidate high school, And then scenario 1 was preferred 23%. Overall, 80% of the people that responded to that initial survey supported some form of significant improvement of the buildings. And the concerns that came out of that are transportation, the tradition and culture, and the use of Martishian High School. So in 2020 and 2021, the Board of Education did not have any meetings regarding the looking at our facilities. COVID had hit, the pandemic had occurred, and all of those kind of stopped at that time. In the meantime, Dr. Menzo has taken another job, and so when I came on as superintendent, we decided to go back and take a look at where we had left off and where we should go forward. Myself and some of the board members sitting here with me met with people from the state. So we met with the Office of School Construction and Grants Review to discuss where we had been and next steps. And we were advised during that meeting to go back out and to redo the study to include the elementary schools as well, because the first study did not include the elementary schools. So that is exactly what we did. We had gone back out, and I called this moving forward the Wallingford School Facilities Master Planning Study. And so I also included within this presentation the enrollment projection. So this second study that we did also went back and looked at the enrollment, the utilization of our schools and the infrastructure, looked at the same things in terms of programmatic limitations and aligning with future educational goals. And it also looked at our central office and our Delta Ed and the Wallingford Transition Academy. Just to give an overview of the findings from the enrollment study. So Dr. Peter Prada, who's been doing this for over 40 years, is the one who conducted the enrollment study for us. So I included the Wallingford town population slide that's included within his presentation. The U.S. Census Bureau reported a decline in Wallingford population by 739 people, or you have a minus 1.64% between April of 2010 and 2020. In contrast, you'll see that the state grew by 27%, and similar communities in our DIRT, we are DIRT D, grew as well. The Wallingford enrollment from 1970 to 2020, you can also see the changes in our enrollment. So you can see that back in 1970, the enrollment was 9,000, and you can see it go down, and then it slowly dips back up, and then it's starting to decline as well, to where we are around now at 5,298 students. Dr. Prada also included just a breakdown of looking at the district projections overall. So he has included here from October of 2022 preliminary projections. So taking a look at these projections, you'll see that there was a decline of 93 students, or the minus 1.8% between October of 2022, he's projecting out 10 years to 2032. He also indicated that from 2012 to 2022, so 10 years prior, there was a pre-K to 12 enrollment decline of 964 students. So I think it's interesting to see, and you'll see that throughout the slides. He does the 10 years before and then the 10 years out for the comparison. So taking a look at this, because the study did include the elementary schools as well, I just thought it would be to provide all of the full history, just to share the overall enrollment changes that you'll see, or he's projecting for the next 10 years. So I did include grades pre-K through 2, which shows the decline of enrollment of 80 students 10 years back. And then there's a projected growth of students for this level of 86 students moving forward from 2022 to 2032. But you'll notice as we move through grades 3 through 5, the enrollment declined from 2012 to 2022 of 350 students, and there's a projected growth of 53 students moving forward over the next 10 years. In grades 6 through 8, it has declined by 214 students from 2012 to 2022, and there's a projected decline of an additional 43 students from October 2022 to 2032. If you take a look at the high school projections, so recent high school enrollment declined by 350 students. Again, that 10 years back. And then there's a projected decline of an additional 161 resident students from October of 2022 on for the 10 years. And the important part about the resident students are the students that are here, Wallingford residents. Here. The difference is, remember at Lyman Hall, we have the ASTE. So they come from 8 sending towns. So that increases the enrollment at Lyman Hall between approximately 130 students, and you'll see as he projects out, it can go up every year. This slide indicates where we are right now, as of October 1 of 2022. So you take a look at the residents for the Wallingford Public Schools, our students, 86.4%. It also breaks it down by how many of our students, again, by October 1, so things can have changed by then, how many attend the magnet schools, technical schools, how many are homeschooled, and how many are non-resident or at our agricultural center at Lyman Hall, which here is where you see the 130. Silver and Petrocelli, when they took a look at our elementary schools, I thought it would be important just to include an overview because eventually this may be something to consider moving forward. They did a comparison of our pre-K to 2 elementary schools, looking at what the needs would be at each of those schools and also indicating the utilization rate for each of our schools. The recommended improvements for all 4 of these schools are the portables at Cook Hill School, HVAC at all of our schools, restrooms at the schools, and Stevens has one of our specialized programs that would need to be fitted and improved in order to meet the needs of our students. The utilization rate for each of our schools, Cook Hill is at 90%, Highland is at 86, Moses Y Beach is at 81, and Stevens is at 90. It gives you an average of 87%. Again, it needs to be between 80 and 100%. They did the same thing for grades 3 through 5. A needs comparison chart for all 4 of our schools there. Improvements needed would be HVAC, the restrooms, and one of our schools includes a specialized program for students. Again, the utilization rate, Fritz is at 74%, Parker Farms at 78%, 83% for Pond Hill, and 82% for Rock Hill, which gives us an overall percentage of 79%. They also took a look at our middle schools. So both of these schools, their recommended improvements would be the HVAC, and the science rooms would need improvement. The way the science rooms are currently set up, the labs are sort of not in a great space, the way it's set up for also instruction at the same time. So that would be something we'd need to look at to improve that. Again, looking at the utilization rates for both of our schools, you have 86% for DAG and 79% for Moran. So it gives you an average of 82%. Also included in this was the cost if you did a renovate as new. So again, the reimbursement rate for both of these would be a 53.22%, which is the current reimbursement rate from the state. And it also includes the total cost of the project and what the cost to Wallingford would be based on those reimbursement rates, or the current ones at the time. Same thing on the next slide gives you just a comparison in terms of what the cost would be and the anticipated Wallingford share if you made just alterations to the schools or if you did a renovate as new. I'll move into the high schools. So I'll take a look first at Lyman Hall High School. This slide sort of just gives you a few of the facts surrounding Lyman Hall. So its original construction was 1957. It's estimated to be 199,000 square feet. The current enrollment this year is 937 students. Currently, we have 208 parking spaces, for students. Staff parking has 138 spaces. We have approximately 33 buses, which also includes buses for our ASDE students. And it's a total acreage of 48. Again, the Agricultural Science and Technology Education Center was built in 2010. The current utilization rate for Lyman Hall is at 76%, so it does fall just a little bit short of the 80 to 100%, but not far off at all. This is sort of just the floor plan of what Lyman Hall currently looks like right now. Recommendations or improvements and alterations for Lyman Hall would include the gym, because it is a very small gym.
Excuse me, if you could please silence your cell phones, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry, Superintendent Belizzi, if you could go ahead.
Gave her a water break, that's okay.
I don't have much more to say. So.
Thanks. So other improvements would be looking at the culinary area, expanding that area, and the science areas. Moving into this part, I included just the top piece of this space standards worksheet. I talked about it a little bit before, but this is just the top half. I included for all of you in your packets. You'll also have 3 copies of the space standards worksheets. One was done for Lyman Hall, one for Sheehan, and one for one consolidated high school. Excuse me. This just shows you the specifications and what is included in filling out this sheet, and the different sections and how they come up, what factors they're using when they're calculating the maximum allowable reimbursement rate. So this is the one for Lyman Hall. So they take a look at the highest projected 8-year enrollment for that particular school. So it would be 953 students. Again, this school was built in 1957. Utilization rate is included here. The difference here is that this school, there is an existing area that was pre-construction for 1959, prior to 1959 or later. So you can see that's also counted into the figures here. The reimbursement rate would be 53.22%. I did include on the bottom any additions or renovations that were done to the school in the years that they were done as well. So for this particular school, it does fit within the maximum reimbursable rate, and so there's no grant reduction for this school if you did a renovate as new. I also took a look at Mark T. Sheehan. So if you look here, this was constructed in 1971, approximately 217,000 square feet. Current enrollment is 734 students. There are approximately 150 parking spaces for students, 104 for staff, and approximately 22 buses. It had come up throughout the meetings we had with the Board of Education as to how many walkers there are at Sheehan, and so there are approximately 163. Again, looking at an overview of Sheehan High School and looking at the utilization rate for this school. So the utilization rate for this school comes out to be 59%. Improvements to this school would be looking at the science areas and the science classrooms, and looking at the undersized administrative area. This slide gives you a comparison of Lyman Hall and Sheehan in terms of the needs and the cost. It also includes the difference in the utilization rates. So if you take a look, Lyman Hall is at the 76%, and Sheehan would be at 59%. So remembering the utilization rates is one of the factors they take into account, and it should be between 80 and 100%. So that does change the reimbursement rates. So if you take a look at the Space Standards worksheet for Mark T. Sheehan High School, their highest 8-year projected enrollment, 738 students. Built in 1971, the square footage of the school is larger. It's 217,000 square feet. If you work through this worksheet, you'll see that this has a grant reduction of 65.44%. And that is based on the fact that the space is in excess of the maximum eligible space for reimbursement. And the reimbursement rate for this would be at 53.22%.
34.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. It would be at, I'm sorry, the revised reimbursement rate would be at 34%. Thank you. This slide gives you a comparison of the alterations, renovate as new, and new construction for the schools. It also includes Connecticut Public High Schools and the size with the 25 highest enrollment for students. Remember, we are DIRG D, so you can take a look and see at the different high schools, the size of their enrollment, and what DIRG they fall in. And we also included the rating here as well. Estimated costs. So if you take a look at the two high schools as a renovate as new, it's basically a side-by-side comparison of what the cost would be to renovate Lyman Hall, what the reimbursement cost would be for Lyman Hall at 53.22%, and what the cost to Wallingford would be at the $48 million. If you take a look at Mark T. Sheehan High School, you'll see the renovate is new, the costs. Original reimbursement rate at 53.22%, but because then there is that grant reduction there, you'll see the difference of the 34%. And so then what the cost of Wallingford would be, which is approximately 74, almost 75 million. So you'll see the difference in the rate there. This slide is the same thing, it just adds both of them together. So that if you were to renovate as new both of the high schools, you'll see what the total cost to Wallingford would be, with the majority of the costs coming from the Mark T. Sheehan High School, because the reimbursement rate is only at the 34%. So there's been lots of talk about a site location if we were to go to one consolidated high school. So I do want to express just a couple of things. When Dr. Menzo was here, there were other sites that were looked at and explored, and there were no centralized sites at that time that were appropriate for the size that were identified and needed. The recommended site size is a high school that has to have 20 acres to start, plus 1 acre for every 100 students. Lyman Hall High School at this time has been looked at as a feasibility location because it houses the Agricultural Science Technology Education Center, which needs to be maintained because it was opened in January of 2010. So it has that 20 years, so that would take you to 2030. If you close it down or cease it earlier than that, it is penalties for that from the state. The Lyman Hall High School site feasibility considerations. So maintain the school building and access while constructing a new building, maintain the existing ASTE building, provide a space for athletics, provide cohesive connection to parking, parent, and bus drop-offs, maintain the football, track and field, tennis courts, avoid building in any wetlands over there, and maintain the setbacks. I did feel it important just to give an overview regarding the ASTE program. Again, it opened January 2010. Students from out of town pay a tuition per student, so I included the price here. There's additional funding provided through annual state grants, and I included the current dollar amount that we receive based on the out-of-town enrollment. We do have 8 sending towns. Each sending town caps the number of attending students to our program. The teacher-to-student ratio per the program is 1 to 35. And the revenues are sent to the town of Wallingford, and they're not included in our current Wallingford Board of Education budget. When the initial study was done, this was just a conceptual program overview look. You'll notice here that the size of the building is larger than what it's predicted for it to be as one consolidated high school. This was done an original look, and so dependent on the size and what the program will be, that could change if you do that will change if you do a deeper dive study. This is our 10-year projected enrollment, starting with 2022 and all the way down to 2032. It includes just the resident enrollment in the first column, then it includes your AST out-of-district enrollment. And so you'll see each year it will go up, it's projected to go up, which then gives us the total student enrollment. I felt this slide was important because you get to see the difference between what is our resident enrollment and then what we take in from the ASTE program. Again, the Space Standards Worksheet, this was done for one consolidated high school. So if you take a look at the highest 8-year projection at 1,691 students, you'll see that the maximum allowable square footage per space standard is recommended at 298,000 for the building. The slide includes the estimated costs. Something to note here, the reimbursement rate goes down to 43.22%. There is a different rate for new construction. My central office staff and I take a look at some of the things to give, and just again, an estimated cost efficiency of the operational costs. So just taking a look at one consolidated high school, and if you choose to close Martesian High School, what some of the potential cost savings could be. So we included what it would be for the utilities, the maintenance, transportation, and there's no impact if you close Martesian High School of the central office lease, because we lease. If you repurpose Martesian High School and it remains open, we tried to do the best we could to take a look at what some of the potential costs and potential cost savings may be moving forward. So we took a look at central office lease, saying maybe central office could move to Martesian High School if you choose to repurpose it. We also looked at the personnel costs. So the personnel costs of Martesian High School was closed, keeping in mind this is 5 to 7 years out, and also thinking what would the programmatic things look like. So this is an estimate of certified and non-certified staff. We also looked at athletic coaches, the potential savings on stipends, extracurricular activities, and looked at instructional repair, maintenance, phones, graduation costs, student activities. So the total estimated annual cost savings, if you closed Martesian High School, would be roughly $3.2 million. We also needed to take a look at the addition of adding transportation and 3 buses, because if you are transporting students from one side of town to the other, we would need additional buses. So that would be a cost, and then the estimated net savings would be $3 million. Programming. So in taking a look at one consolidated high school and looking at what some of the benefits would be for programming. So it would allow for equitable programming and distribution of enrollment for our students, flexibility when courses are scheduled. So when we take a look at what we're looking at right now in terms of scheduling our courses, we find that oftentimes running both high schools, there isn't as many opportunity to provide the same number of courses or additional numbers of courses due to enrollment. So some of our classes are not running because the enrollment is very low. Whereas if you were in one consolidated high school and you had a larger group of students together and a large staff together, you'd be able to have multiple sections of your classes and offer additional courses. Same thing with the depth of our courses and pathways. We have multiple pathways that we offer right now. However, those pathways are spread across and they're not as deep as we'd like them to be. So we may provide a sampling of each of them, but in one consolidated high school, you'll have larger staff that you can really offer additional classes within those pathways to expand the pathways. Same thing with electives. You'd increase the number of courses that would be able to run more consistently. Instructional supplies. Currently, in both of our high schools, we are looking at making equity across, obviously, both of the high schools, so there's an increase in supplies and equipment that we have. And if you were in one consolidated high school, it would be more efficient, and you'd be able to streamline those purchases. And you'd be able to expand your extracurricular activities as well. Just a few reminders on the slide. These are guidelines that the Board of Education follows in terms of class sizes for all of our levels. So at the pre-K level, it's 18 students in a class. For the K to 2, it's up to 21 students. Grades 3 through 5, it's 23. And grades 6 through 12, it's 25. You'll notice the ECE English is a max of 20. So that is through UConn. It's our early college entrance for English, so they get college credit for it, and UConn does put a cap on that at 20 students. And our science labs follow the guidelines from OSHA, which is 24 students in a class. I also included the average class current sizes right now by content area, so you can see for Lyman Hall and Mark T. Sheehan what our average class sizes are right now for each one of these areas. Combined courses. So if we are unable to run a class because it's lower than 15 students in a class, and we do make exceptions if it's lower than 15, we oftentimes combine them. So I indicated here over the years the number of courses for each of the high schools. They're combined for both of the high schools, this number here. How many times we have to combine courses to make sure that we run them. So for example, if it's an art class and it's Art 1, Art 2, Art 3, and there may be a small number of students that are interested in taking each one of those, instead of not running it, we combine it, and that teacher teaches all 3 levels within that class so that that class can run. So currently we are running 46 combined classes. That's both of our high schools together. A question had come up in the past about addition and deletion of courses. And so those courses that are added and deleted from the course catalog go through the Board of Education for approval. So I did include, as my central office staff have gone through past meetings, to indicate and count which ones were additions and which ones were deletions. So we included that here as well. Before I move from this slide, something else to also consider is there are a lot of times where we have courses that do not run because of the interest or the low enrollment. So that is something we also look at, which is separate from the course catalogs. And we look at that yearly with our high school principals and our school counselors. Extracurricular activities. So athletics, we looked at what we're currently running in terms of JV and varsity teams. And we looked at, we could include additional sports such as wrestling and gymnastics, boys volleyball. We could expand our freshman teams. We do have some, but it's something that we could expand. We could take a look at running intramural sports as well. Same thing with our clubs. We can look at adding additional clubs based on student interest, expanding our community service programs, and looking at jazz band and theater and other things that we could potentially expand with the students altogether. There was question that has come up in terms of concerns for transportation, traffic pattern, parking spaces. So transportation, as I indicated earlier, we'd need 3 additional buses to accommodate the students. The approximate longest bus ride may be up to 45 minutes. We do currently have some of our pre-K 2, 3, 5 students that are on the bus for around 42 minutes or more. I did indicate here how many buses we have for each high school and the number of students that are considered walkers at Montecito High School. Traffic patterns. Again, this is something that if we moved on to do a deeper dive study and we hired an architectural and engineering firm and additional information was gathered, these would be things we would have to look at in terms of the traffic patterns. Same thing with parking spaces. We would look to add additional of 200 parking spaces. And we have the property there, if it was Lyman Hall, to be able to do that. The WEA did send out a survey to all of their teachers, and they did share it with me, so I wanted to be sure to include it here. They had 246 member responses. I included here the breakdown of the pre-K to 2 staff members that had replied, the number of grades 3 through 5, middle school and high school staff members. 96% of them are Wallingford residents. And 47 members have dependents who currently attend Wallingford Public Schools. Their survey response yielded that their best option would be to consolidate, that they, 29.39% said consolidate Sheehan and Lyman Hall into one high school. 49.98% said to renovate both high schools to new. Make basic improvements to both high schools was 51 members, and renovations are not needed was 2 members. So again, just to clarify there, 49.98% was the renovate both high schools to new. The second study we did include looking at central office adult ed transition academy. So just to keep it as a comprehensive study to kind of close the loop, we did look at the potential of moving to the Wallingford Police Department when they are moved, after they move to their new building. So I did include here what the cost would be to move central office and adult ed in the transition academy here. Something to note here is the reimbursement rate here is different. So for central office, it's at 26% because it's not, it's different than the student-facing adult ed would be at 53%. Estimated timeline, just to give an idea, if this was to, I think it just gives you a nice projected timeline looking at this. If we were to move forward and continue on this path as where we are now and hire additional firms to take a look at doing a deeper dive for our studies in terms of an architectural and engineering firm, a grant would need to be submitted electronically by June 30th of 2024. They would let us know if that was approved around January of 2025. Construction may be 3 years, and the estimated project completion would be fall of 2028. Construction sequencing, just again to give an idea as to how long each one of the phases would take and how it would move through. Conclusions from the second study, consistent decline in enrollment, utilization of the district's pre-K through 12 infrastructure. Again, it needs to be between 80 and 100%. I included the averages for the pre-K to 2, grades 3 through 5, the middle school, and if you take a look at the high school, the average is at 68%. with Lyman Hall being at 76% and Mark T. Sheehan being at 59%. Some of the programmatic and facility improvements at the pre-K2 level was looking at the portables at Cook Hill Elementary School, the restrooms, HVAC, the STARS program, which is our specialized program, grades 3 through 5, restroom, storage, HVAC, the middle schools, the science, and the HVAC, and the high schools would be science and the CTE art, music, gym, and HVAC. We looked at feedback from the stakeholders, questions and comments, teacher union survey. So the second time around for the second study, we did do a public forum on January 11th. We did it first online and for an hour, and then we did it in person. We had a minimal response for both, and then we also sent out a feedback and comment survey to the parents. We did it in a Google form, and we received about 150 comments back from that. We also talked about the comparisons of alterations, renovate is new construction, and then the relocation of central office adult ed, Wallingford Transition Academy. So the Board of Education made a decision in February 20, I believe it should say 27th, of looking at one consolidated high school. Now, the site of Lyman Hall High School was the only one at this particular moment that could be considered for feasibility. And again, like I said, because of the maintaining the Agricultural Science, Technology, and Education Center. We also did discuss some of the ideas for possible uses for Mark T. Sheehan High School, which may include Park and Rec, Central Office, Adult Education, the Wallingford Transition Academy, maintaining the indoor pool, and district use of the fields. Some of us, for our next steps, really was to present here to all of you tonight and share it, our findings and the Board of Education's decision. We'd need to move forward with looking for a more in-depth study, which would provide a conceptual design, educational specifications, looking at an owner's representative firm to help complete and oversee the facilitation of the project. Both firms could assist with submitting the grant. And again, I just included the submittal of the grant, potentially, and the 3-year construction phase and an estimated project completion. I know that was a lot of information and a lot to absorb. Any questions?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask my fellow counselors to consider two things in light of the volume of people in the room. Typically, at this point, the council would ask questions, and then we would go to the public. I'm going to ask my fellow counselors if they have any objection if we hear from the public first and defer our questions until after they speak. My other proposal is that I'm getting the impression that 20 minutes of public comment is not going to be enough. And so what I'm going to ask, if everybody, our typical rule is 20 minutes of comment on an agenda item, public comment, with a 3-minute limit per speaker. And I'm going to ask, since there are so many of you, if you would please consider keeping your time to 2 minutes per speaker. So if there is no objection from my fellow counselors.
I do object.
Okay. Well, let's hear it.
I just had some questions. Thank you for the presentation. So,
wait a minute. You're just going to go into your questions?
Yeah, I mean, we just heard things. There's holes. I think it would be helpful if we had some of the questions, at least that I had, answered before we open this up. So, yeah, I would prefer to follow because the other way is open-ended. So, you know, I think there's a procedure issue here that we're going to get to. And I appreciate everybody being here tonight, but I think it's incumbent upon us, because I still don't know what we're being asked to do here tonight other than opine. Because I've got about 15 questions here.
So, Counselor Fishbein, before you go into your questions, I'm going to ask if you are appealing my decision to have the public go first.
You asked if there was any objection.
Okay.
So I've expressed an objection because that is not what we normally do.
It's duly noted.
Was there any notice prior to this meeting that there was going to be some diversion from our normal practice? I'm interested in hearing what the public has to say. I've read every email that I've gotten. I hope that those emails were also given to the Board of Ed. But I'd like to ask questions without opining so that we can fill in some of these holes.
Okay. Well, I'm ruling that we're going to hear from the public first. Are you appealing my ruling?
Yes.
Is there a second? There being none, your appeal fails. If we could hear from the public, if you want to line up at either microphone and we will alternate. I'm going to call or point to you if you're standing there, and please give us your name and address for the record. If you would go first.
My name's Melanie Risacci. I reside at 9 Platt Drive. I'm here to represent the Wallingford citizens opposed to one high school. You have a packet to our group from our group that also on the cover has a petition that we started only 48 hours ago that has over 1,000 signatures. Also wanted to mention there were many more parents that wanted to attend, but there is K through 2 parent-teacher conferences tonight, as well as a concert at DAG. The issue of choosing to maintain our current 2 smaller high school models or to consolidate 1 mega high school can have broad and permanent negative effects on the Wallingford community as a whole based on what the town chooses to do. As you grapple with your decision, please carefully consider the reasons you will hear tonight about why school size matters for students, especially post-pandemic. Data discrepancies will be highlighted and common sense will be applied. You will hear what we will be sacrificing by abandoning our current small high school model in favor of 1 large mega high school. According to a June 2021 Forbes article titled, "What is the right high school size and structure?" there's actually no single right answer to that question. Solutions depend on goals and context. So what are our goals here in Wallingford? Is it consolidation or bust? Is it cost savings? Or is it maintaining the best learning environment for all students to have the best opportunities to grow and thrive as students and as human beings? Since 2018, there have been Herculean efforts to information gather on how and why 1 mega high school is better, yet minimal efforts were dedicated to assessing the benefits of the current 2 high school model or how to preserve it. At one Board of Education meeting, adding a preschool to Sheehan High School was mentioned, but it was a fleeting thought and it was never fully explored. This solution would not only take care of the underutilization of Sheehan, but it would also help to address the 150 plus preschool students currently on the wait list in town. That sounds like a win-win to me. Additionally, through the federal Build Back Better plan, states, including Connecticut, are beginning to plan for the universal pre-K programs that the federal plan is calling for. Even if that mandate comes in 5 to 10 years from now, where will we put those students? As I stated, there are many benefits to maintaining a small high school environment. Here are just a few. Students are less likely to drop out due to more opportunities for connectedness through participation in extracurricular activities. Students are more likely to attend post-secondary education, and small schools also build strong communities. In contrast, research shows that large schools breed alienation and isolation, which in turn foster poor student achievement, violence, and higher dropout rates. In May 1999, prompted largely by the shooting at Columbine High School, a school with close to 2,000 students, the practice of herding all students into overcrowded, factory-style high schools was highly criticized as a bad high school model. In fact, a panel of school security experts was convened at the time, and their top recommendation had nothing to do with gun control, metal detectors, or police on premises. Rather, they said reduce the size of nation schools. They said small schools are a powerful antidote to the sense of alienation that can lead to violence. There are so many concrete reasons to feel compelled to keep our current small high school model. There are ways to make this work and perhaps even increase reimbursement. The alternatives just need to be fully explored. Finally, it is important to also mention the current chronic absenteeism crisis in Connecticut. Wallingford has not been immune to this. In the pre-pandemic school year 18-19, the chronic absenteeism rate in Wallingford was only 6%, or affected 335 students. In the 2021-2022 school year, the chronic absenteeism rate had more than tripled, and it had ballooned to 20.4%. That means that 1,049 Wallingford students had 18 absences or more from last school year. Perhaps that could also be attributed to some of our increase in crime in town, and also things, the not so happy things that are happening in our parks. Now factor in the West Side kids having to go over to the East Side for school on earlier and longer bus routes. My guess is this will not help our chronic absenteeism rate much.
If we could suspend the applause until the end of the meeting, that would just go faster.
Having two smaller high schools in town is a gift, because school size matters. Please let us keep this gift for our students of Wallingford. Vote no to continuing to study the one mega high school model being proposed. If you're still undecided about what is best, then please vote to bring this decision to town referendum in November and let the people of Wallingford decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for everybody's reference, that was 5 minutes. If we could just be considerate of others, I would appreciate it. I also appreciate the importance of the speaker's statements. You're next, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Randy Jasmine Carlone. I live on 20 Buttonwood Circle,
I think you need to stay on the mic a little better.
or grow taller. I currently have 2 children at Sheehan High School who are thriving and happy in their smaller classrooms and school. My son plays baseball for Sheehan, and my daughter is in the musicals at Sheehan. We, her parents, love to watch both of them and support them very much. We also like their short drive to school since they are new drivers. It's no surprise that most studies, especially post-pandemic, have shown that students in smaller-sized classrooms achieve a better education. The benefits of a smaller class size has an even greater impact on our students that have IEPs and 504s. Trust me, I know this firsthand and have a vast amount of knowledge and experience on this subject, as I worked with Dr. Menzo on many enhancements to the special education department, including the special ed PTAC group concept itself. These are the students I will concentrate on, although my points apply to all students. Students with IEPs and 504s that are in smaller sized classrooms have a sense of ease and less anxiety. They are more likely to participate and feel more connected in their smaller groups of peers. This leads to them becoming more engaged in learning. It also helps the teachers to identify a struggling student and be able to work with that student so they do not fall behind. These students, and thus they're more apt to engage socially. They are often willing to take more risks, like raising their hand to answer a question, presenting or speaking in front of a class, or becoming the leader of a small group. They are less likely to become distracted, and they are often, like they often do when they become lost or behind in the material. For students with the focus and attention challenges, this is huge. In the Board of Education presentation, it shows the combined high school as having 24 students per class. And then yet in another slide, we'll see the current size at Lyman and Sheehan ranging from 20 to 17 in the 4 core subjects. This means that there will be an additional 4 to 7 students per classroom. Increasing these numbers to 24 is disastrous, as it clearly has a negative effect on all the students, especially those under the IDEA umbrella. Not only does the Board of Ed presentation not discuss IEP and 504 students and their challenges, it also does not account for the assistance level and individual challenges of each of these students. There are currently 253 students in our high schools that have IEP or 504, which is about 15% of our high school population. This is a large percentage of students who rely on the aforementioned benefits of a smaller sized classroom. Cutting educators and resources and increasing class size is not acceptable, and it is not fair to these students. You cannot put a price tag on this, and you cannot dismiss it. If we want our IEP and 504 students to grow independence and self-advocacy while staying engaged in learning and thriving in the classroom, we cannot increase class size. We need to invest in our students. By renovating the 2 high schools, we can keep our smaller sized classrooms. Let's put our students back in the forefront of our decisions. Not only is this a morally responsible thing to do, but is what this group of stakeholders have been fighting for and voting for since day one. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcia Birkin. I reside at 45 Edgewood Drive. I want to first say thank you to Mrs. Belize for her presentation. I know there's a lot of time and effort that went into that. I want to also talk about not just the high schools, but maybe looking at it at a different angle. Maybe the issue is more elementary for having enrollment issues. I bought my house in 2010 on Park Pond Circle, and that's, I believe, right around the time when the schools went to K2, 3, 5. I don't know that I would have bought my house if I had known that was going to happen. I think that Dr. Menzo worked in a smaller district, and that's kind of works for a small district, but when we're from Wallingford, like I'm from Wallingford, we know that doesn't work. That configuration does not work with traffic. It doesn't work with working families who now have to put their kids on 2 different buses. Also, the next decision I felt like that impacted enrollment was other towns were having full-day kindergarten. So my daughter was the first full-day kindergarten, but I also lost $300 with that, with having to enroll her at St. Bridget's so she'd have full-day kindergarten. So I just want to say that there are definitely some things that we can do besides just consolidate to one high school. There are other avenues. We could be saving money if we went back K-5 with all the transportation. And I also want to just mention that there are reasons why people are not coming to Wallingford as opposed to the surrounding towns. Our scores are not as strong as Cheshire and North Haven and Durham. I believe that we need to start thinking more about textbooks in the elementary schools. I know that in Cheshire they have online textbooks. Here we have Khan Academy for math. I had to pull my daughter out in 3rd grade after 3rd grade because her math instruction was so small compared to Cheshire. I put her at St. Bridget's, and it definitely improved. She's now back at Moran. I also pulled her out because she missed 1 point to being gifted and talented, but her SBAC scores were 99% for math. Well, she's now back. She's in gifted and talented. She got 99% on the LSAT. But the point is that I feel as though we might be needing a different structure in our elementary schools to entice families to move here. Thank you.
Renee De La Chevrotier, 13 Jonathan Road. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. I'll be discussing the impact of sports and extracurricular activities. And while this is not the most important factor in combining one high school, it remains a significant one. It also impacts college decisions for these kids, scholarship eligibility, and attainability through sports. Many children look to sports and extracurricular activities for a variety of reasons. And if any of you were out there in front before this started, you would have heard the young students speak about this. Some of those reasons are social interaction, a place to go other than home, a place to express themselves, a place to feel like part of a team, a place to feel seen, heard, and supported. As a coach of sports myself for years, I can say that sports are not solely about the sport. I often reference coaches as life coaches first and coaches of the sport second. I currently coach collegiate ice hockey, and I can tell you that a good amount of my time is spent focusing on my players' mental health and educational development. Many of them come to me with personal issues with classes they may be struggling in, and just general check-ins. The same goes for these high school students. I know that Coach Farazi, it takes on a big role in his players' lives during their 4 years of football, and he probably maintains some contact as they go into their collegiate years. And I'm sure some of the football players here tonight would agree. He is a life coach first and a football coach second. If we combine into one high school, we are cutting those opportunities in half. Not every child feels comfortable talking to their parents at home, and even if they do, an additional outlet is good for them. As we know, children aren't always quick to listen to their parents' advice. Being part of a team and learning how to work with others is a vital part of child development. To cut that opportunity in half would be a great disservice to these kids. In addition to sports, there are many other extracurricular activities that the student body can be involved in. For example, the performing arts. Every single year there is a musical at Sheehan and Lyman Hall. There's about 175 to 200 kids combined between those two shows. If you combine those two schools, then you're taking away the opportunities for a good amount of those students, some who wouldn't even make it at all. This is a creative and expressive outlet that brings some of those kids out of their shells when otherwise they may not. And sports isn't about whether you win or lose, but how we play the game, right? Isn't that what we teach our kids? But yet there seems to be a lot of emphasis on having championship teams if we were to combine schools. As a parent, I'm not concerned with whether or not my child is winning championships. My concern is, are they involved in something that they take pride in, feel involved in, included in, and learning how to work together as a team in? And I ask that the town council work together as a team to make the right decision and vote no to one high school. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider everything that has been said here tonight as if your own child's mental health and sense of well-being were at stake. Thank you.
Allison and Kurt Weisberger were at 62 Pond Hill Road, so Lyman Hall is our backyard. Board of Ed, thank you for your presentation. One comment I do have is you suggested that renovations for all schools, but my question is, it did not include any safety measures in light of recent events that happened within the past 24 hours. Just wondering about those safety measures in the schools, what would that look like? And that funding should be included in that as well. And mental health supports for all students and teachers, should this go forward. My husband and I are against one school because Lyman Hall is our backyard. We moved here about 17 years ago, and I have to tell you, we love having Lyman Hall in our backyard. We love having the field in our backyard. We love watching the kids listening to the band play in our backyard. The structure that is tentatively could be built, see that underground pool right there at the bottom of the baseball fields? That's my house. And at the back of my backyard, probably about 6 feet off of my property line, will be the auditorium, which is probably going to be greater than 3 stories high, which will look directly into our bathroom. I am a nurse that works nights at Gaylord Hospital. I will be not able to sleep because of the noise and because of the volume that is closer to my backyard. We wish that this was discussed with us, and as well as making accommodations to the schools, the accommodations needed to be made or suggested to the neighborhood in which Lyman Hall physically is in. There are houses surrounding that school. We moved there because of that, but we don't want the school to be on top of our properties. We are opposed to one school. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Tim Brzezinski, 7 Brockett Road. Just want to come up there? Just have a sign here. Just go ahead. Thank you. My name is Tim Brzezinski. I'm a middle and high school math teacher in the New Haven Public Schools and am a proud dad of 4 boys. I am vehemently opposed to the idea of merging both high schools for more reasons than I can list in 2 minutes. I'm reminded here of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Kat, we show the audience through there. All right, for our students, needs in the lower categories need to be met before ones in the higher categories can. With only one high school, safety and security and belongingness and love will become a lot more difficult for our students to experience in a drastically larger, more impersonal environment. And whether we like it or not, this will negatively impact them to reach their fullest potential, self-actualization at the top. With respect to belongingness and love, even for teens, this starts with parents and guardians at home. But as my friend who is a therapist once told me, Tim, every family is dysfunctional. It's only a matter of degree. These home dysfunction issues will become exponentially more difficult for school administrators and personnel to address when that school reaches a population that would be formed by merging both of our great high schools that exist already. As a dedicated and enthusiastic educator with over 20 years' experience, I have taught in a few Connecticut public high schools with approximate populations of 800, 1,100, 2,000, and now 500 students in my current job. In my past schools, the higher the population, the more the administrators, even the best ones, struggled to maintain balance with all aspects of school management. In one past high school with over 2,000 students, I never saw one administrator act as a proactive educational leader. Why? Because they were spending most of their time putting out fires. The higher the student population, the more difficult it became for effective teachers to implement effective teaching practices within their classrooms. Creating active, student-centered discovery learning environments will become a lot more difficult for teachers if class sizes increase from this needless and unnecessary merge. Our students deserve nothing less than the absolute best. And guess what? We already have this. Our students have the greatest propensity to perform their best when their class sizes are smaller and when the teacher-to-student ratio is as low as possible. So why on earth would you want to change that? And honestly, I'm a Southington High graduate back in the class of '97. Back then, there were 565 students in my graduating class in one high school. I did fairly well academically, yet on a personal level, I felt lost, lonely, felt like nobody really knew me. I can't imagine how this would have felt for students with special needs. I don't want my kids to have a similar environment to what I experienced. One of the major factors that influenced our family's decision to move from Southington to Wallingford a few years back was because of its great school system and the fact that it has two already wonderful high schools. We already have what is best for a future generation. Please vote no and do not take that away from them. Thank you very much.
Jerry Lombardo, 18 Oxford Trail. I am a former educator with 19 years of experience. I've taught 27 student classes, and I've taught 12 student classes. The experience is like night and day. The benefits of small class sizes are as follows. First of all, they attract young families to move to Wallingford for our excellent school system. Smaller classes are almost like private tutoring in the quality of attention it allows a teacher to give to his or her students. Teachers get a better knowledge and understanding of the educational needs of each student with small class size. Teachers get to better know and apply the learning styles of each student. Smaller classes allow students to get to know one another and to work better in cooperative learning situations. The teacher also knows who best to pair in cooperative learning assignments. Smaller class sizes better allow teachers to monitor the students' uses of technology. There is presently a teacher shortage in Connecticut. Small class sizes attract good teachers to Wallingford and help to retain the excellent teachers we already have. It is easier to attract teachers to teach small size classes than overcrowded large size classes. The closing of the school is very short-sighted. In the future, should Wallingford experience a population boom, where will these new students go? A new school will need to be built at substantial cost to taxpayers. What is the current teacher-to-student ratio, if I might ask? Can you tell us? Okay.
I know.
Well,
9 to 1.
there will be another forum where
Okay.
the board will answer questions.
Be that as it may, I strongly urge you to consider no.
Thank you.
Paul Shardillo, 2 Bayberry Drive. First of all, I want to thank the presenters for their presentation. It's a lot of good data.
You're a little far from the mic.
I'm an education advocate. I believe the biggest gift we can give our children is to provide a balanced, quality education. I also believe that a quality education is not a building. Study after study has shown that if you have a committed, motivated, empathetic teacher who's getting the support that he or she needs and that's held accountable, provides the best education. Therefore, the only justification I can see for spending $116 million for a school is to show a proposal that demonstrates that there's a substantial cost savings to the education budget. Now, considering that enrollment's down, the projections are that we're going to continue to lose population and students. I haven't seen any studies that say that that's going to turn around and we're going to start getting larger again. I mean, we're in Connecticut. Companies aren't moving in Connecticut in droves. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, we have to maintain that balance. So cost is a big factor for me. So what I did was I went and I took a look at the Board of Education website looking for the proposal. And I could not find a proposal. Now, there's a lot of good information. I'm sure some great people spent a lot of time pulling it together. Much of it was presented here. But I think someone needs to pull all that information together, merge it down into a simple 10, 15, or even 20-page document which shows clearly what is the rationale is. Why are we doing this? Okay? And in addition to that, what are the alternatives? And what's the cost-benefit analysis? And put that online, make a bunch of pages like you have here, spread it around to let everybody see it, and make it simple so we can understand it. I don't know the answer to that question right now. So my recommendation to the council is that you direct this group to go back and produce that proposal.
Good evening. Megan Marciano, 49 Clearview Drive. I would be remiss as a middle school and high school educator for the last 18 years if I did not share my concern of going forward with creating one high school in the future. I am also the mom of 3 Wallingford students, one at Moran, one at Parker Farms, and one at Cook Hill, all of whom will be impacted by this decision. While high school students have established some independence, they very much rely on their teachers, school counselors, and administrators to guide them, support them, and just know them. Notice when they are struggling and when things may seem different from one year to the next. The pandemic exacerbated a mental health crisis we were already headed towards with the increase of exposure to the internet, social media, and all of the issues that independence comes with for our young people. Does putting almost 2,000 adolescents in a building ever make sense? I speak as a teacher who many students name as their trusted adult within our school because of the relationships I've built. Students depend on a tight-knit educational community where they feel connected and supported by the adults there. Right now, students have that ability to have teachers who are able to get to know them and possibly teach them for multiple years in different courses. This does wonders for students who are looking for a teacher who truly knows their learning style, their journey, and can speak to their strengths when they are writing letters of recommendation for college. Having a much larger student body will affect this. Students start to become a number. There has been no guarantee of maintaining mental health staff that we currently have. In fact, we probably need to increase the level of support we are currently offering, as suicide is the second leading cause of death among people ages 15 to 24 in the United States, and almost 20% of high school students have had thoughts of suicide, while 9% have attempted it, according to the National Alliance of Mental Health Illness. Hopeful Futures campaign of CT estimates that 39,000 students in Connecticut have major depression. How many mental health professionals will we have on staff? Also, I know most schools do some sort of developmental asset survey that polls students on mental health and drug and alcohol use. I'd be interested to see the results of this survey post-COVID and see how are we meeting the needs of our student population. There's also a lot of talk about how the academic program will improve. Do we need to upgrade and update our buildings? Yes. Do I want my kids to have access to 21st century classrooms as my own students do? Yes. But we have to make structural improvements across the board for all schools, not just the high schools. Moving to one school isn't going to improve our academic programs, just like it won't make us a powerhouse in sports. Dr. Menzo mentioned in his 2018 study that the buildings weren't conducive to 21st century teaching methods. Can you tell me what a 21st century classroom looks like? It doesn't have to be a physical change, although something as easy as new furniture in our classrooms to allow for flexible grouping is a start. A 21st century classroom is about instruction. It looks like personalized learning, equity, diversity, inclusivity, learning through doing. It sounds like teachers focusing on asking questions that encourage critical thinking, inquiry, and reasoning, and it is a learning environment that fosters communication, collaboration, and creativity. Are we saying that our current students don't have access to this type of instruction? I hope that isn't the case, and I know that's not the case. I have been teaching for 18 years in another district, the last 9 in the high school, where I schedule for my department. I decide which classes run based on what students sign up for. It has been mentioned that if we go to one high school, we can have a more robust academic program, because with 2 smaller schools, courses are not running due to low enrollment. That is common in all high schools, small and large. High schools have the ability to offer many elective courses in addition to core academics. Classes typically don't run due to lack of student interest, not due to low enrollment. You run the classes that the students sign up for. My question would be, how many English, math, social studies, science, and world language classes, all of which are graduation requirements, are not running as opposed to elective classes? My guess, and again, this is coming from someone with experience on how a high school runs, is that they are referring to electives that aren't running. And again, that is probably because there is not enough student interest or constraints from graduation requirements. That's a different type of fix. Audit your curriculums, gauge student interest, and run the classes they want to take, or look at your graduation requirements and ask if we are requiring students to take enough credits the elective classes would satisfy in the fine arts, STEM, career, and life skills. Are we producing students who will be critical thinkers, adaptable learners, and global citizens? Build one mega school is not the answer, the only answer. Focus on improving the learning environments by supporting your faculty administration, decrease teacher movement in the elementary schools as a result of the previous reconfiguration decision, and listen to the needs of your students and not the almighty dollar. Page 58 of the presentation talks about educational programming and class sizes. They show the average class size by content area. The Board of Ed is stating that class sizes are currently too small in the individual high schools. Therefore, are we insinuating we want bigger classes? More students does mean the class sizes will go up. I can pretty much guarantee that if 27 students sign up for one class, they will run it at one section rather than break it into two smaller classes, even though it is beyond the guidelines. And if we cap it at 25 for the guidelines, we start talking about students who are now losing out on opportunities for classes. Does expanding educational programming mean increased class sizes? Ask parents if that's what they want for their students, and I can imagine they will all agree that they do not want this. This is the main question that keeps being asked by parents. What are the academic benefits of combining schools? This presentation consisted of a lot of numbers, but not a lot of specific information about how academics will be improved. I'm almost done, I promise. I look at the decisions this district has made in the past and worry about the effects this current one will have. We split the elementary schools up, creating more transitions for our students, something research currently shows is not beneficial for students. Nor have we kept up with our buildings, any of the buildings, with the money we would have saved from reconfiguring. Our scores significantly went down in 2014, 4 years after the reconfiguration was done, and we have never recovered. Based on the negative impact the reconfiguration decision that was made against community support has had, why should we trust that this current decision is what is right for our students? Would you move all the elementary schools into one building? Absolutely not, because that is not what is best for students at that age. Why is this okay to do to teenagers who are also at a critical developmental age, especially in terms of mental health? Many times through this process, the numbers have changed. I'd like to know what parts of Sheehan are being underutilized. The numbers previously showed that the town is reimbursed more money to renovate like new both schools, but somehow we are now able to show that Sheehan is underutilized. When Dr. Menzo did the study 5 years ago, Sheehan was not being underutilized. It was at 85.1%. The way the math is being calculated has changed since then. I beg you to look at the numbers and see if they are being changed to work for different things. The firm's numbers have changed several times. We've paid a lot of money for these studies to be done. There are so many unknown factors, and we plan on spending more money to continue to another study. The money spent on these studies could have gone back to our educational buildings to directly impact all of our current students. I realize the Board of Ed and Superintendent's Office has put a lot of work into this process, and I do appreciate the fact that they are exploring options for how to improve the educational environments for all of our students at each level. But watching the Board of Education members vote was positively disheartening. Many of them mentioned that they knew 2 high schools was the right thing in their heart. The board is proposing many things that we just can't guarantee right now. Stronger academic programs than currently offered, stronger athletics, and that the firm is portraying genuine estimate of what this will cost the taxpayers. I ask, however this moves forward, to please not solely base your decision on the numbers presented and the dollar signs, because over the course of this long, expensive study, those numbers continue to change. Your community is speaking loud and clear against this decision. Thank you.
Sarah Obremski, 5 Brockett Road. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the mental health impact that this might have on the students. And I'd just like to say, to start out by saying that...
If you could speak up a little bit. Thank you.
I know throughout the process of looking into this, throughout the course of the years, it has been brought up many times. And I'm a little disheartened to think that that was not a bigger part of your decision to go through with this, because there is a mental health crisis right now in this country, especially in our high school age students. And I think that that should be our number one priority when we're looking at this versus the amount of money that it's spending. I know personally, and I'm sure many families would agree, that even if keeping the 2 schools were to end up being slightly more expensive tax-wise, but it were a better fit for the students and their mental health. I think that most people would rather spend a little extra money and know that their kids are being supported. One of the slides that Ms. Belize shared at the Board of Ed meeting, which I didn't see included in this packet, but it had a breakdown of how many mental health professionals are in each school. And one of the questions I had was whether that number would be maintained. But just from personal experience, I can tell you that we already don't have enough social workers in our schools right now. One of my children had social work added to her IEP in October, and she didn't get to see the social worker until May. So that is what we are currently in, and if we're talking about now, these social workers are going to have more students that they are responsible for. I'm afraid that that's going to get even worse. The students that would be involved in the transition in 2028, those are the kids that were in elementary school during COVID that probably experienced part of the worst part of the crisis because they were young, they didn't know how to distance learn. So those kids have already been through a lot, and now we're going to be putting them through another major change at another important critical time in their life. And then just in general, the size of a high school has a significant impact on the mental health of the students. Students who attend larger schools often feel overwhelmed, disconnected. Research has shown that students in large high schools are more likely to experience depression, anxiety, and stress. And post-pandemic, it's important to prioritize mental health resources and interventions, including counseling, peer support groups, and self-care. Promoting a sense of social connectedness and community among students can help mitigate feelings of isolation and disconnection. And smaller schools provide a more supportive and nurturing environment that can help students feel more connected and less stressed. Also, I know that one of the best ways to keep kids connected and to help with their mental health is extracurricular activities, being involved in sports, being involved in theater, being involved in music, just getting them connected to other students, to coaches, and with less opportunities for students to do that, I think that's also not going to be good for overall mental health. And the students, my last point was the students that have anxiety. There are some students that the size of the buildings already are overwhelming for them. Now we're talking about doubling the size of the buildings, doubling the students. That's going to also have an impact on those students that have anxiety going to school in general.
Hi, I'm Jill Negro. I live at 22 Partridge Run, and I actually did not prepare a speech, but I have some questions. And what I'm hearing, and after watching the Board of Education meeting, I am hearing that there have been a lot of studies based on enrollment, utilization, costs, but not the human costs. And I have 2 kids in the school system who will be directly impacted. I am a Wallingford taxpayer. I heard in the Board of Education meeting that the board does understand the concerns parents have, but they need to focus on taxpayers. I am a parent, I am a taxpayer. I can assure you I pay my taxes to Wallingford. I am also a teacher, and I am also a special education mother, and I am also a mother to a child of a gifted student. I have 2 kids who couldn't be here, and I promised them that I would get up in front of you all and ask their questions for them. I would like to share some photos of my kids with you. This is a sample of the human cost. So I have Bradley Negro. My son is currently in 5th grade. Like many others, we moved to Wallingford based on, we moved to actually our current house based on the school system. I am very concerned that my property value is going to be going down. I am a concerned taxpayer also based on the cost. My son, Bradley, has been playing hockey since he was 3 years old. We almost left Wallingford because of special education, because I have a son in special education, and I'm concerned that there's some misconception that you're making this decision to, Mr. Voto, I believe that you said, to continue to be known as the envy of all other towns in special education. That is false. We are not the known entity we are not the envy of other towns. I do have some experience working in this school district, and I can tell you from the inside, I'm a 7 to 12 certified educator, and I can tell you that the schools currently struggle to maintain students' IEPs. I had a student who I started student teaching in March, nobody had read his IEP yet. He had OT, nobody noticed. I had to fight to get access to his IEP because as a student teacher, it was important to me to be able to implement his plan according to the law and according to his plan. And this is an area of struggle with Wallingford currently. So I'm just a little bit concerned that I'm not hearing our concerns actually addressed as to how cutting $2 million worth of staff, taking my child and putting them on buses, I'm sure 45 minutes is a conservative estimate from my house. Taking my children and putting them on a bus for hours a day is going to help the school when they're already struggling to meet my students' IEP. I would like to share the photos of my kids. My son Bradley, his question is, we almost left the school due to special education. His question is, we stayed because of Sheehan's hockey team. He wants to know why you're closing his school, that he's so excited to be attending soon, what's gonna happen to the hockey team. And I think cutting a football team and hockey and sports that kids are interested in, adding a wrestling team does not make up for that. We're gonna be cutting kids who are no longer to be able to play because they're not gonna be able to make the team anymore. And what's gonna happen to those kids? What are they gonna do? We're having issues in the town with 4 teens who are going to Doolittle. We just spent how much money trying to revamp Doolittle Park because it was destroyed by 4 teenagers. On one hand, we're talking about how are we gonna get teens involved in activities. On the other hand, we're talking about cutting sports and programs that kids are actually interested in. My son Jeremy was in preschool in 2016. He was actually bused across town because we were told that he had to go to a temporary building that is still in use today, that's been there for 20 years. It was not in good condition. It was difficult on us to have kids in elementary school in different schools. We were told that there was a space issue on our side of town, which is close to Sheehan, that there was no space, there was no staff. We were also told that the school had trouble meeting his needs because of the increased enrollment. That was in 2016. My son is going to be the one that you are building the school for. So how was there an increased enrollment year over year, and now there's suddenly a decreased enrollment? So somewhere there's contradictory information. So I just wanted to share with you so you see there's actual human cost. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elisa Allardyce, 12 Cliffside Drive. I'm here with a group. There's about 7 of us that were speaking together. We were trying to speak together, but we've been broken up a little bit. And I just want to mention our Facebook group. We are speaking on behalf of lots of other members who did not want to speak tonight. And the group now has over 1,200 members, Citizens Against One High School, Wallingford Citizens Opposed to One High School. And it increased by 800 members just in the past month. And also, the petition that's been circulated has 1,170 signatures against the proposal of One High School. So first off, I just want to mention some discrepancies that we just noted about the utilization rates. So in 2018, the study dated November 5th, 2018, Sheehan's utilization rate was noted to be 85% at 795 students, and Lyman Hall 74% at 1,075 students. And I don't know, we don't know if maybe the criteria changed or something of that nature, but now that's gone down to 59%, so we're scratching our heads about that. But so I would like to start saying that, I'm sorry. So basically, renovating, the cost savings, renovating as new, both schools versus building one consolidated high school is only around $1 million. And that is only with the reduced state reimbursement rates based on this underutilization of Sheehan. and there are ways that can be addressed. We feel that those need to be explored. State bonding reimbursement rates can be negotiated and waivers can be applied for, but the will needs to be there. The other major ongoing estimated cost efficiencies to the town outlined in the Board of Ed proposal come through personnel and stipend savings, but we were under the impression that class sizes would not get larger and there would be more extracurricular activities in the new high school. So how can all these things be true at the same time? It leaves us scratching our heads again. How can there be new additional sports like wrestling, gymnastics, boys volleyball, new clubs? Where will the cost savings be with these new offerings? Additionally, related to cutting personnel, to be clear, there are already class sizes at both high schools that exceed the current guideline of 25 students. What will happen when we combine? Then I want to speak a little bit about enrollment discrepancies, some data that we uncovered. Wallingford's population has actually increased almost 5% since the year 2000. And most notably, public records show that births in Wallingford have increased almost 3.5% since the pandemic, so from 2020 to 2022. Connecticut is second in the nation for increased birth rates since the pandemic, second in the nation. So we have a baby boom going on, and these kids are going to have to go to high school in 14 years. So projected decline, an argument can be made against that. Other facts that contradict enrollment constantly, continually declining is this year Fritz added a 4th grade class at the beginning of the school year, and I've been informed that they intend to add another 4th grade class this coming school year in the fall. Highland will be adding an additional 2nd grade class this coming school year as well, and they also have well over 100 new kindergartners entering in the fall. The graph presented by the board, this one, shows a steady uptick beginning in 2028, which is the year the new school opens. And that, we don't know. That can continue to grow. The projected enrollment to 2032 report in the study also has something that had us scratching our heads. It showed projected growth of all students from grades pre-K through 5. However, so projected growth for all students from grades pre-K to 5, but then for some unknown reason, a decline starts grades 6 to 8, which makes no sense. It's the same students. There really isn't any, transfer to private school in middle school, really. So why all of a sudden does it go down in grades 6 to 8? We're confused about that, and we see that as a major discrepancy. The study also didn't account for possible influx of families due to the Bristol-Myers site being developed, and Anthem site is going up for auction in April, and there's 70 prospective buyers for that auction already. So for these reasons, we believe. The other thing I want to mention quickly too is Realtor.com does a lot of assessments of towns throughout the country. Wallingford was voted number 40 out of 50 hottest zip codes nationwide for 2022. So when people are looking to buy a house, they Google and go on Realtor.com. Wallingford was ranked number 40 out of 50 towns nationwide as the hottest zip code. So keep that in mind. So for these reasons, we believe projected enrollment could quite possibly grow. Thank you.
Excuse me, Adrian Jones, 48 Hanover. Council, I appreciate you waiving your normal procedures to allow public comment on this. I am a 12-year resident of Wallingford. I'm a transplant originally from Indiana. I have lived in 2 different towns, well, 1 town and 1 township where school consolidation has occurred. In Muncie, Indiana, my hometown, school consolidation was seen as the silver line. It was the bullet to get population reduction, or excuse me, because of population reduction, school consolidation was seen as the silver bullet to better student outcomes. I will spare you all of the details, but the summary version is projections were wrong. I have no doubt the Board of Education is doing their level best to get the projections right. But projections are best estimates. In Muncie's case, projections were wrong. Property tax went up because of estimates on budget by about 12%. And in 2018, the state of Indiana took over Muncie Public Schools because of such poor performance. The other experience I have was in Hamilton Township. Again, I will spare you all of the details, but in 2006, a referendum was passed to double property taxes because estimates were missed. And the year of 2007, when Little Miami High School first opened, there was large amounts of disruption that had not occurred previously in the two high schools that students were going to, and there were unfortunately two suicides. I don't want to pretend that the disruptions and the suicides were solely attributed to school consolidation, but there is a cost. There are intangible costs to this, and I would implore you, council, to reject any discussion on consolidation. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Savannah Bauman, and I live at 7 Jennifer Lane. I'm a senior at Sheehan High School, and prior to this meeting, I organized an event outside the town hall where Wallingford students could voice their concerns. While we won't be in high school when this decision goes into effect, we gathered to defend the students who may be too young to understand the effects of this decision. As it is a school night, many of my peers couldn't attend this meeting, but they asked that I represent the Sheehan student body and share the arguments made during our event. By the end of the event, there was a very large student turnout. The Board of Ed's plan stated that 41% of Sheehan is not being used. As a Sheehan student, I am confused on how this number is large, knowing each classroom is currently being occupied. The Board of Education was formerly located at Sheehan, but they moved out knowing the space was needed. The slide said it would increase educational programming because the courses at our two schools aren't as deep as they would like, and there isn't a variety. Sheehan this year added an African American Studies class, an environmental engineering class, among others. Next year, Sheehan is adding a criminal justice class. The courses just keep on adding. That is on top of the finance, health, humanities, studio art, marketing, color guard, orchestra, technology, world language, business, band, architecture, manufacturing, chorus, photography, forensics, theater, home repair, astronomy, anatomy, psychology, ceramics, robotics, CNA, and internship electives we have at Sheehan. Those were only 2 from each page of the course guidelines at Sheehan. There is nothing else we need to add. Ask any student, we love Sheehan. I know all my teachers, and I know all my peers. When a student is struggling, the teachers immediately recognize that and help the students before they fall through the cracks. By moving to one school, you're telling all the young children in Wallingford that you value cost over their mental health. A few days ago, I was talking with one of my teachers at Sheehan, whose daughter went to Southington High School. She told me that when her daughter was a senior and it was time to pick a teacher to write your letter of recommendation, her daughter didn't know who to ask. She didn't have any connections with any of her teachers. Her mom was like, how do you not have any connections with any of your teachers? You've been with them for 4 years. At Sheehan, I could ask over 10 teachers to write me a letter of recommendation because I know them so well. I only asked 2 because that's all my college has asked for, but I could list 10 to 20 more teachers who I have such a strong connection with. I trust my college education in their hands. My teacher's daughter didn't know anyone. I'm a member of the Sheehan diving team and track team. On the diving team, each meet you're only allowed 3 divers to compete. That's the same for every school. If Sheehan and Lyman Hall's diving teams were combined this year, we would have 9 divers. With 12 meets, we would only be allowed to compete in 4 meets. Can you imagine putting in a work for a whole season and only being allowed to compete in 4 meets? If we combined to one high school, this number won't change. You're still only allowed to have 3 divers in each meet. Numbers don't build powerhouse teams, but teams built like families do. As I said before, I'm also a member of the Sheehan track and field team. Last year, our team had 13 girls, and we went undefeated. We won the SEC state championship meet, we won the Class M meet, and we won the state open meet. For those who don't know, the state open meet is every school in the state of Connecticut. Our team of 13 girls won this. We may not have had the numbers, but we definitely had the friendships, and that's why we won. Our team was built like a family. My track coach, or my jumping coach, he could tell you every member of the team's favorite Disney princess, favorite muffin flavor, because every day we start practice with an icebreaker. My coach Dale, he will bring the team to the movies when he knows there's one with a strong team message. While retired, Coach Farley would always ask me when my next test was in school because he knew how much I valued my studying. We didn't win because we had a big team, we won because we were a small team, and that's what mattered. We had the friendships and the connections, and everyone worked hard. There were some practices where I just worked one-on-one with a coach. I never would have improved as an athlete if it wasn't for them. My freshman year, I didn't clear a bar and pole vault until my last meet, and I'm pretty sure the first meet I didn't make it into the sand pit in long jump. I was just really bad, kind of embarrassing to say. But this season, I'm a senior. I just won the SEC championship meet, and I competed at my 3rd nationals. If it wasn't for our small team, I probably wouldn't have made it my freshman year because I was really bad, and I wouldn't have had the opportunities to succeed as an athlete. I'm telling you, Town Council, going to one school is not the right decision for this town. I may be a senior, I may not be in high school anymore when this goes into effect, but I know how important it is to the students, and who knows, maybe when I finish college I might want to move back here, but if one school is still on the line, I will not. So thank you.
Samantha LeGrand, 215 Main Street. When I heard the people who have talked before me, I feared that it would be too easy to write off them as, oh, they're teachers, or oh, they're students, or oh, they're parents. Of course they want this school. Of course they're willing to pay more for the benefits. Well, I'm not a teacher. I'm not a student. I actually don't plan on having kids anytime soon. I'm a Wallingford taxpayer. This is supposed to completely benefit me, right? No. I do not see the benefit to harming our education in this town by consolidating to one school. Sorry. I care more about what my taxpayer dollars are doing than how much I am paying. And I believe that by paying more for a better outcome, I will receive benefits back tenfold. I do not believe the same for the one school. I would like to remind everyone that these are your constituents as well. These people, whether they're teachers, whether they're students, whether they're parents, they also pay taxes. Well, the students might not, but that's not the point. The teachers and the students pay taxes. We all are your constituents, and we are all saying a very similar thing, that we don't believe that this is right for our town. So I also ask, as I have seen, not specifically you guys, I have seen others online, write off the parents, write off the students, write off the teachers as, of course, that's what they're voting for. I would like to remind you that they are also a voice in this town, and I don't have time to repeat every single thing that they're saying, but know that the taxpayers of Wallingford who do not directly benefit from this also stand behind them.
Delana Leonard, 44 Jamestown Circle. I would like to say that this is more than just creating one school. This is taking things away from the future students. By creating this one school that many people may think is beneficial, you're not seeing what you're taking away. You're taking away rivalry that these kids have grown up with. You're taking away what Judy Samaha has created and what creates bonds with so many girls in their senior year, along with the excitement of being a senior and getting to experience playing Powder Puff against our crosstown rivals that we've been going to every year since we were little girls, and dreaming of the day that we can get to play. You're taking away many traditions, such as the annual Carini Bowl game that we all look forward to every year, which draws crowds. You're taking away the safe space we all have at our smaller schools. Putting the schools together will create more risk for violence and having to worry about not being safe at school. Our schools may be tiny, but we all feel safe at our school. Right now, I wake up each morning grateful that I don't go to a school where I feel unsafe. If you take a look at bigger schools, such as Southington High School, along with many others, the amount of violence that goes on there is insane. Keep us all safe by keeping the schools small. So please consider voting no to one high school. Thank you.
Skylar Ferreira, 55 Hill Avenue. As I agree with everybody that said something, I want to take a different approach. I'm a senior at Sheehan, and as I look around right now, I see two of my teachers that I've had this year, my two math teachers and my security Joe. And I wanted to touch upon the merging of two schools and the impact it would have on my teachers and staff. Currently, we have some amazing staff and teachers, especially when it comes to the extra help and one-on-one time aspect. Combining into one high school and keeping the same class size as the Board of Ed has shown would mean losing some amazing teachers and certain kids. Because if you keep the same class size, how do you keep the same amount of teachers that we have at both schools? It would keep the amazing staff and teachers that would mean bigger class sizes and less communication in that one-on-one time with those said teachers. That means lower test scores, less students asking for help, and less togetherness within the school. I also wanted to touch upon some of the issues that have been going on with both high schools. The wrongdoing rates between both schools are exponential and are growing fast. But at Sheehan, I can say we do an amazing time with that disciplinary action, along with our principals and staff, having that one-on-one help with students that are known to act out almost daily. We fix those issues by connecting with these students on a personal level, and I can say with my full honesty that we really do help these students. But with a combined high school, we won't have those amazing disciplinary actions that these staff help, like our security guard. Take Southington, for example. My uncle works there as a security guard, and even before that, worked in corrections. He says all the time the acting out of students is extremely terrible. There's little community there with such violence and criminal activity. With much more students in one capacity, it becomes a problem for issues in schools. Along with this, I work at the YMCA in the SAGE program, and I work at Mary G. Fritz. I work with the 3 through 5 students, and I wanted to say some of their concerns they have with this, as they are also scared for what their future holds, because this influences them as their high school careers. They say they won't have that type of communication we have with each other. They won't have that type of conformity that we have with everybody. They're scared that they won't have these traditions that we have. They're scared that whatever I say to them that I'm so excited about, they won't have this type of love for the school that I have. So, council, I want you to think about this decision wholeheartedly and think about these younger students that you'll be impacting. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Corso. I live at 3 Juniper Street in Wallingford. I have 4 children in the district, 2 in high school, 2 at Rock Hill Elementary School, who would be directly impacted because they are the classes of 2030 and 2031. There is a lot of discussion about size of schools, so I decided to take a look at public high school rankings in Connecticut. I chose the U.S. News and World Report's most recent rank list because it aligns well with the state of Connecticut Department of Education, and it is often looked at when families are coming to buy a home in Wallingford, or anywhere around the state, rather. Of the top 10 public high schools in Connecticut, 6 are larger than either of our schools, 3 are smaller, and 1 is equivalent to the size of Sheehan. Of the 4 schools that are smaller or equivalent, 3 are charter or magnet schools, which are public schools to which students have to apply, show interest in, and be accepted to attend. And the remaining school is equivalent to the size of Sheehan. It's Weston High School. It's located in the wealthiest county in Connecticut. 5 of the larger schools are also located in Fairfield County, and the 6th is Farmington High School. I also looked at our schools here in Wallingford, Lyman Hall with 1,017 students according to the latest newest U.S. News and World Report, although differed on the presentation. 1,017 students, it's ranked 106, while Sheehan with 760 students is ranked 111th. With almost 30% less students, I would have expected Sheehan's ranking to be significantly higher, certainly not lower than Lyman Hall if I were to believe the rhetoric that small schools are better. Next, I looked at the size of schools ranked ahead of Sheehan. So I looked at numbers 1 through 110. There are 9 schools that are equivalent to the size of Sheehan, between 710 and 810 students. There are 51 schools that are smaller than 710 students, and there are 50 schools that are larger than 810 students. So what this data tells me is that the size of the school is not statistically significant, but the emphasis on education, the financial resources and socioeconomic status of a community are likely the driving factor for success of its students in the school. It's no secret that our school buildings are falling apart. Our newest school building in Wallingford is Sheehan High School, which was built 52 years ago. Our students and our community deserve better. Just because there may be some that are opposed to one high school does not mean that the Board of Ed weren't listening and that the board didn't do its research. And despite differing viewpoints on this issue, I do truly believe that everyone on both sides of the issue has the students' best interest at heart. However, we differ in what that does look like. I thank our Board of Ed in its efforts conducting years' worth of research and coming to the most reasonable and responsible decision for our town, and I am hopeful to see a flagship state-of-the-art high school built in Wallingford for our children. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lily DeLaChevrotier. I'm in 4th grade and I go to Mary G. Fritz Elementary School, and I live in 13 Jonathan Road. I will be the first freshman in the new school, and personally, sometimes it's harder to make friends, and it's stressful to kids that have anxiety. It also will ruin the tradition with all the sports and rivalry. I personally will have a harder time learning in a larger class because the other kids are distracted to my learning, so I prefer a smaller class. I think my class is big and there's only 22 kids. Just think how stressful it will be with more than that. They opened an additional 3rd grade classroom 2 weeks before school started this year, so it seems like an enrollment is growing. I also feel safer in a smaller school. Please vote no to one high school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. That was courageous. Thank you.
My name is Brian Obremski. I'm at 5 Brockett Road, and I've come to Wallingford 20 years ago with a coworker, Charles Crump, with probably many of you up there have known. He was a staple in this town. And I just want to thank the council for letting everybody have more than 3 minutes and doing more than the 20-minute allowment. And whoever out there was able to get us this information prior to this meeting as opposed to holding it to this meeting was very beneficial for letting us digest it. I'm a numbers person, and I have a question in regards to the cost efficiencies, and it's very detailed here. Just for an example, instruction, repairs, maintenance, $7,434, phones, $8,000, dues and fees, $12,215, graduation costs, $11,100, student activities, $5,946, $44,695, personnel elimination, because that's what it is, $2,253,431. So you're going to go take 2 schools that need some work, obviously, put them into one and eliminate 30 to 40 positions. I'm surprised that there's no information on that. How many teachers, how many health workers. There might be some teachers in this room that might not have a job here, which is very sad. And the other thing I noticed when I went through here was back in October when this was presented to the Board of Ed, the renovation was, let's just do round numbers, $123 million, and then the high school was $155 million. But in 5 months, the cost is now pretty much even. And so I do understand that you went from 334,000 square feet down to under 300,000. That's 18 million in savings at $500 a square foot. Owner, $900,000 for owner contingency, 4.7 million projection development, and we got a reimbursement of $8.5 million. How do these numbers change in 5 months? Obviously, you're not going to answer tonight, but I just want to get some more detail on that. Thank you.
Bruce Conroy, Burke Heights Drive. So listen, I definitely came here with the idea that one high school is better. And I talked with a lot of the Board of Ed members in the present and past. And at times they didn't agree. I grew up here. Well, I came here from New Haven. Couldn't read, couldn't write, and my parents came here. And now I raised 2 daughters here. They're both very successful. But our schools, whether we build 1 or we do 2, are really the foundation for our education. A quality education is the teachers, is the curriculum, but study after study, and we know we've all read them, are clear that facilities make it easier and better for teachers and students to learn and teach. So whether the council, it's a very hard decision, I don't envy either end the Board of Ed, the decision they have to make, whether it's 1 or 2, you know, the cost is negligible right now, but we're not done. This is just a proposal. There's still a lot more to go. So I still definitely lean towards one school because the consolidation of resources has helped me in my industry, has helped me across my entire industry. And that includes our own teaching programs. But Wallingford has a lot more students than we do. I just want to say that without a doubt, I prefer one high school. I definitely do. I'm going to miss the Titans. That's my school. That's where I went to school. But if there's gone, it's gone. We can make new traditions. And what I definitely do not agree with is removing positions, removing teachers. If we're going to make one big school, we need to make sure that one big school counts. We don't want to make it less efficient by removing teachers and making classrooms bigger because Jason's my age. We had some pretty big classrooms. And you think 25 is bad now. Ours were bigger. So yes, but but removing teachers is not good. If we have to keep our teachers by keeping 2 schools, then we keep 2 schools. We need to have more classrooms that are smaller, not less classrooms that are bigger. That's really it. Thank you.
Hi, Mary Beth Dillon. I'm at 60 Sharon Drive. I have a number of reasons why I support keeping the 2 high schools. I'm just going to quickly go over the main concerns that I have. One, my neighborhood is probably as far from Lyman Hall as you can get. I'm off of 68 on the Cheshire border. Board of Ed has said that bus rides would be no more than 45 minutes. I don't see how this is possible when elementary students in my neighborhood are on the bus for about a half hour, and we're only going 2 miles down the road. It takes 25 minutes on a good day to get from my neighborhood to Lyman Hall. That doesn't take into account all of the rush hour traffic, all of the extra traffic with all of these high school students now being bused or driven across town. So that's a big concern that I have. It would take me an hour. I would have to give an hour to drive across town for a round trip, drop off, pickup, or to participate in after-school activities, evening activities. We keep hearing about the population in Wallingford declining. Just looking at my neighborhood alone, I'm obviously not an expert on this, but I question this. My neighborhood has a lot of homeowners who are original homeowners to the neighborhood. Their children have long graduated from high school, and it's not unreasonable to assume that these houses will soon be put on the market and bringing in a lot of younger families. So that's a big concern is if the population shifts, what's going to happen if we go to one high school, because right now you're saying the population's going down, but we don't know what's going to happen, especially as these homes start to turn over. The last big concern I've had is the Board of Ed has given a lot of promises, promises of new intramural sports teams, freshman teams, but realistically, are we going to see the added funding? Are we going to have extra practice facilities? Where are these teams going to be practicing and playing? So that's a main concern too. Is this going to be feasible in actuality? The same with educational activities too. As far as classes, why are so many smaller towns with smaller schools in Connecticut able to outperform Wallingford with smaller schools? So that's a concern I have too. Why can't we offer classes to our students with 2 smaller schools when other towns across the state are able to?
Hi, my name is Athena Rivera. I'm on 64 Valley Street. I just wanted to add something quick about the 504s. This is something I was told by the school within an email, is that they only have one date for us, and that's the date we need to do because of getting the middle schools and the high school teachers all together for these 504s, and they have so many students that have the 504s and IEPs, and so that's with 2 middle schools and 2 high schools that we're dealing with that problem. And so when we have 2 middle schools still and 1 high school, and we've cut the staff now, so how is that problem going to get any better or even get resolved? It's going to end up being worse. Not to mention that within the 2 middle schools, 504s and IEPs are not always followed. And that's in a small school, and you know these kids better, so you should, if you've been in that meeting especially, know that kids' requirements. And if they're not even being followed in a small school, how is that going to be possible in such a big school? The only other thing I wanted to mention was, with so many buses at Sheehan and so many walkers at Sheehan, how does that add up to just 3 extra buses?
I'm Ben Busillo. I reside at 5 Mountain View Road. About a 3-minute drive up the hill from Sheehan. And all of us appreciate the work that the Board of Education put into making this plan. However, we all have a lot of concerns. You see, unlike Mr. Obremski, I am not a numbers person. Ask Mr. Lombardozzi, I think I have like a 60-something in math, right? I'm a people person. I'm the senior class president. I'm in the National Honor Society. And we're not concerned with the students. We're not concerned with the numbers. We're concerned with us in the youth. This plan right here is basically telling us all that our town is failing, that everybody is leaving. We need to save it. We need one high school to save it. And the solution is not just to combine us and say, oh, the hell with it, to combine it. No, that's not the solution. The solution starts with the youth and the kids in 4th grade, like that brave young girl who came up here and spoke today. That's not the answer. The answer is revamping and building up and not just, throwing it all away. You see, how many student leadership roles are going to be cut by just combining one high school? I mean, me and my mom was like looking through a scavenger hunt through this thing, trying to find any basic reasoning or anything like that. I had a better chance of finding out where Jimmy Hoffa was buried in this thing than any basic reasoning or anything other than that. I don't really think it's funny, but so, how many teachers are going to lose their job? Who's going to look Mr. Ainsworth in the eye and Mr. Lombardozzi in the eye and tell them that that they're done? They got to find another job. I bet in the new central office at Sheehan, there'll be plenty of room for you guys. Maybe they can get a job up there. But when I was a freshman, I was kind of shy, and I felt that, running for class president really step me out of my comfort zone and try to build characteristics that I didn't have at that time. And if there were just one high school and 200 more kids in my class, I wouldn't have had that opportunity. And I really hold that value something in my heart. So if I leave something with Chairman Zavoni and all the other members of the town council, please say no to any more discussion or any more on this disastrous idea. Thank you so much.
All right, that appears to be all the public comment at this point, and I bring it back to the council. Councilor Fishbein, you are first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where does this 45-minute bus ride representation come from? Because I didn't see any backup, a survey, somebody who had been hired to look at that.
So at this point, we spoke with Specialty Transportation regarding that. And asked them to give us their best estimate as to how many additional buses we would need and how long the bus ride would be approximately. So again, this is an estimate of how it would be, and if we were to move on to the next level of study, you'd get a deeper dive into all of that exact information. But we did ask Specialty Transportation to give us that information.
Okay, and how did that go? I mean, was that just like a phone call, or did somebody actually do some data, or did they do a dry run or something, or is it just this is what we think?
It was a discussion that was had with them. So I can go back and double check exactly how they came up with that and if they did the dry run or exactly the due diligence they did on their side. But I trusted that we hired them as our new transportation company, and they had done the work to look into that and to get back to us.
Because I'm just thinking logistically, somebody who lives on Dana Boulevard, Weatherside Drive, the Cheshire side of Highland, just driving, point to point to get over to Lyman Hall without having to stop and pick up other people. I've driven that, and I challenge the 45 minutes, but the survey sample.
Councilor Fishbein. Transportation, a deep dive of the transportation of the entire area, a transportation study, would be included in the next round. This is a feasibility study. It has not passed all of the elements. This was basically, could this type of a building fit on this property? So neighborhood studies, which entrances buses go in and out of, which entrances parents do drop-offs, pickups, none of that type of transportation stuff has been done. The due diligence done by the Board of Ed and by central office was in response to the busing question and finding out how many walkers there were, approximately how many more buses, and keep in mind the high school buses do not stop at the same frequency as elementary schools. So they're more group pickups. We do a lot of door-to-door here in Wallingford that we, regardless of what we do with the high schools, probably need to do a better job of, and making sure that so that the bus runs are shorter, that it is not stopping, the buses are not stopping at every single house. That entire study about transportation would be in the next round of this.
I understand, and I will tell you that for my first year of high school, I went to Xavier, and it was a long bus ride. And I will tell you that a lot of trouble happens on buses. So I don't, even the 45-minute thing, I'm having trouble with, even if that is true. And how many students are walkers now? It was like 130 or 160? 63, is it? 163.
163.
Okay, so how many, I thought, it's like 30 on a bus, right? Is that? How many students fit on a bus?
Just for the benefit of the record, if you could direct your answers into the microphone.
Sure,
Thank you.
sorry. I'd have to do the exact approximate number, but it's approximate that. So there has to be a seat for every student on the bus, but they don't all take the bus. Also.
Okay, but it's
But you still
reasonably,
have to.
it's reasonably anticipated that nobody's going to walk from the Sheehan area.
Absolutely. No, I did not mean it in terms of walking, but if we're talking high school, they may drive themselves. When they get their licenses, they may have parents drop them off and pick them up, so that could change the,
Well, and I appreciate that, but, you know, driving to school is cool, right? I mean, the kid who's got, I mean, I used to love it. Well, I don't know if he's here tonight, but, you know, Xavier, there used to be a kid, he had a Camaro, and it was cool to get in the car and drive the bus. I'm going to tell you, more than likely, a kid who's walking to Sheehan now, if they have a car, they're going to take the car. So it's not like it's going to supplant, they've already got a car. But 163 divided by 30 is not
It's,
great.
the buses are way more than 30. They
48. So that's still more than 3, right? So anyway, we'll move on. The survey sampling, what?
so I also think, the other thing to think about with that is they're going to look at the routes, look at the way the kids are distributed to be added onto the buses. So it may not be just a quick, this is 48 kids, 160, 48 kids on a bus and divide it that way. They're also going to look at the routes, so they may look a little bit different than what they are now to accommodate for all of that.
Well,
so I'm thinking that may change. But again, without doing a deeper dive study, it's an estimation right now.
and that's a good point, because, what I heard from Chair Raccio, that's the correct title, correct? Is that, whatever.
yes, it is, Counselor Fishbein.
No problem. Right now, there's a lot of stops at homes to pick up children. In fact, I 7 o'clock this morning, I was like, what's this commotion out in front of my house? I opened up the blind, and, a young man's being picked up or dropped off by the parent for the bus. So I'm hearing that there's going to be disruption to that pattern. There's going to be more consolidation, less of those stops to try and escalate or reduce the amount of time it takes to travel from point A to Lyman Hall. I see that as an inconvenience to families that currently relying upon that. But on page 14, you referenced the survey. And who was surveyed? Like, are they current parents of children in our schools? Is it future?
Just give us a second. We're going to pull it up for the benefit of the entire room. Is this the 2000? Okay. This is the first survey that was done while Dr. Menzo was here. This survey went out in everyone's electric bills. In addition to that, there were drop boxes at Town Hall. They were at the Senior Center. They were at the library. We reached out to citizens of Wallingford every way that we could. Dr. Menzo advertised this in the weekly updates. This was shared. We had multiple meetings just talking about the best way to try to reach all of the residents. And the mayor gave us the permission to put these in mailings that went to every residence.
And was it a one-shot situation?
Yes.
Okay. So, assuming that those individuals that were surveyed had some sort of bona fide stake in this, however that's perceived, it appears that overwhelmingly the response was to renovate the existing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So 44%.
Yeah, which the other two choices
2,300.
were 35% and 21%. And, I don't need to get into how the question was asked, but, the answer is renovate the existing. So the VOAG situation, one of the components we haven't heard about is, what is the penalty if you move or you close VOAG? Not that I'm advocating to close VOAG, because I love the program, right? But we always hear, there's going to be a penalty. Well, what is it? How much is it?
So I can tell you that the grant was approximately, the part that we had to pay back for the 20 years is 27 million. So looking at that, I did reach out to the state, but I haven't heard back from them yet to calculate exactly that. So it's based on we have to keep it open for the 20 years. So I'm waiting to hear back from the state is exactly what that would be. Is it like you're paying your mortgage and whatever's left when you go to sell your house, you have to pay back that difference. So I think you have to pay back whatever's left on the grant. So depending on when you close it would depend on what's left on paying back the grant. Again, I did reach out to the state and I haven't heard back from them yet.
We would love your help with that answer.
Yeah.
We would love your help with that answer.
Okay.
And after today's newspaper article, the gentleman who we've been looking for at the state for school construction we've been working with is now resigned. So we will now be on, when he's replaced, we will now be on to our fourth person at the state level who's the contact person for all of our questions on the state school construction.
I appreciate that. And the penalty is only invoked if you close the program, correct? So if you choose to make the expenditure to move the program to another place in town, is there a penalty?
It's the building. It's the brick and mortar. It's the building.
So there would
It's
be a
the same
penalty
thing.
if you kept the program but you moved it? Yes?
Yes, I believe so, but that's what I'm going back to double check because we built the building in January. We built it to open in January of 2010. So the building wasn't there before
Okay,
that.
'cause I think that's an important thing because we keep on hearing we're anchored to that because of this penalty. And we'll get to the size of the property also, but that's a component I think is.
That's a great question. We would love to get more information on that.
Now, the numbers, looking at the plan to rehab the existing, as opposed to one high school, the numbers, it's about $1 million off. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Difference, you mean?
Yeah. It's $1 million. So by percentage-wise, it's what is that, a 1%? 1%. So, okay. So then, in the presentation in page 63, has to do with the parking. And there's a reference to land acquisition. So the current property that the town owns can accommodate the additional 200 parking spaces? Plus the outdoor sports fields that would be required as part of this?
Correct.
And where, because I'm looking at the drawing, I only have one, on the cover.
Correct.
Where are those additional 200 spots? Are they depicted in here?
Remember, that's conceptual. That's just a feasibility study. Could we take a building and plop it down? We have not paid the price tag for a full architectural design. And I will say, even with the feasibility study that's here, there were questions that the board had that we were like, they weren't very favorable. I'll give you an example. The feasibility study, and Mrs. Allenson, Councilor Allenson, you'll remember this, they had a walkway between the VOAG building, at ASTE building, and the high school. And the Board of Ed said for safety purposes, we didn't want students outside. We wanted an enclosure. So that is something that, if we go forward with an architectural design, is something that we would bring forward and say, no, make sure this isn't in there, or this is different. But this is just a feasibility study. So to figure out how 30 buses fit in here or how 200 cars fit in here, it's not something that we should be doing based on this. Will the parking spaces fit? Yes, based upon the walkthroughs of the property and based upon the work that the consultant has done, it is feasible that it will fit. But to say exactly where they're going to be laid out, we're not there yet.
Okay, but the 200 spaces, given the existing, is it conceptually between there and the community daycare area? Is that where we're talking?
The existing parking?
Yeah, because you got the parking lot in the back.
Call upon Mr. Corso. I'm sorry,
Mr.
can you do the
Corso-
mic? Sorry.
If you're looking at the drawing, right now Lyman Hall is a one-level building outside of the Agricultural Science Building. So we are a sprawling one-level campus. The existing structure where it is now would be demolished after a new three-story academic building would be built on the current soccer field where the old VOAG building that we moved is currently housed. If you're familiar with that piece of the property.
Yes.
If
So
you could
all
just tell us who you are for the record.
Oh, sorry, Joe Corso, 3 Juniper Street, parent and principal of Lyman Hall.
Thank you.
So the current structure would be eliminated, and all of that space, which we currently learn on right now, would become athletic fields and the additional parking.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So then, I'm looking at, I walked in tonight and I've got a graph, and it was in a packet. Okay. Well, it's titled the document is titled Enrollment Projection Discrepancies, and this shows a projection 2028, I think it is. The graph presented by the BOE shows enrollment with a steady uptick beginning in 2028, as soon as the proposed new school opens. And I saw in your presentation, I think there's a bar graph, right?
Correct.
It might be around. It might be page 22. No, I think it's the next one because that one shows the down. Yeah, I think it was that one. Doesn't that shows the uptick? I believe. I think that's what they're relying upon. The last number is 1564, I believe. So that appears to be an upward trend beginning about 2028. So how do we deal with that? If we got the decrease, and we've spent money on this gentleman from State Department of Education, actually,
Correct.
who has done these calculations. But then your own documents show there's a projected increase. How do we put that into our calculations here?
Right, so this is from what Dr. Prada had projected for us. And again, looking at the calculation sheets, they're taking the 8-year highest projection for one school and the 8-year highest projection from the other school and putting it together.
Okay.
So it's not just year to year. It's when he's projecting out for the 10 years, what's the highest projected rate, for the 10 years, and then what's the highest projected rate for within the 10 years. Looking at it that way, and then putting them together.
Okay, but we're trying to plan for the next 50 years in this town, right? So
Agreed. And so
if in 2032 we show gradually, starting in 2028, an increase, we have no projections after that. How do we deal with that?
Agreed, but remember, this is pre-K to 12 overall projections. So remember, if you go back and look through his study, there are some increases that he has in the earlier grades, and then it drops off in the middle school, and then it kind of drops off a little bit as it gets to the high school as well. So it does fluctuate, and this number is overall district projection.
Okay, and thank you for that. And then the last thing I just want to deal with is procedure. January 11th, you noticed, well, prior to January 11th, you
Sure.
noticed a meeting, right, of the Board of Ed, and where on the agenda did it say discussion and possible action on, having one high school? How did the public know?
That's the public forum?
The
Yeah.
public forum was on January 11th to ask questions. So we had sent it out to let families know. We posted on our website. I sent out a communication to the
But did
families.
the agenda say discussion forum about having one high school in Wallingford?
I'd have to go back and pull it
No,
up
it said,
exactly what it
it
said.
said to discuss, it said to discuss a facility study, right?
Right.
So how was the general public to know that this big decision was going?
But they didn't make the decision on January 11th.
I understand, but
Oh.
that was the opportunity for the public to come and to speak about you know, many things that we've heard tonight. I mean, did you have, you know, we openly put on our agenda, right? One high school, or, you know, that we're dealing with, or maybe dealing with one high school. So why didn't you folks do
Well,
the same?
to do that, I'm sorry, I have to speak as a Board of Ed member here, and Mr. Votto's probably going to take the microphone from me. It would be very presumptuous to put decision for one high school. There was no decision in January. If you go back into the end of November board meeting, I actually made a motion that died because it couldn't happen that meeting. That meeting in November, I wanted to make a motion that we move forward with getting an RFP ready and that we are prepared to, with the timeline of June 30th, 2024 being the grant deadline. I was thinking if we were ready to go with going out to bid and trying to get an architect, there would have been a possibility to meet the 2024 deadline, regardless of whether, 23, regardless of whether we were going with 2 high schools or 1 high school. I wanted to at least be prepared for that. We couldn't do that back in November because we weren't in the position to say how the board was going to go, 2 or 1. Once we got all of the information, because we wanted to have the public forum, we wanted to hear from the public. So it was just a facilities steering committee review of what the possibilities were. We heard from a handful of people on both the virtual and the in-person meetings. Some were in favor of 1 high school, some were not. We heard from teachers. They were not in favor of 1 high school. But to put something on an agenda, it would have been very presumptuous and misleading if we were saying it was a discussion about 1 high school, because we were not there. I tried to do that in November.
If I could ask people in the audience
we couldn't
to just
move forward.
be respectful of the meeting. Thank you.
So the opportunity in January was for a public forum to discuss the facility study. So I really feel that it was accurately portrayed on the agenda.
Well, I'll tell you, I've gotten contacted by a lot of people who.
If we could just stop in the audience for now, thank you.
And this is the reason why I want
We'll talk
to
about
comment
coming back
afterwards, but.
Okay, fine. We'll talk about coming back to the public.
So I've spoken to a lot of people who are distressed about openness, transparency, the ability to be heard, a decision that's already been made, and now it's apparently on our agenda being put in our lap. I mean, most people don't understand that we give you money and we can't control it. I mean, this, you know, you can listen to us, but you guys make the decision. So, you know, I really think that a step should be taken back, and I don't have the procedure, I don't have the ability to tell you to do this.
Correct.
We don't have the ability to make a motion to have you do this.
Correct.
But that there be a meeting that is noticed in a different manner that says what's actually being talked about, and that the families can come and talk to that first level of decision makers before that decision is made. So that's my ask, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start off by saying that, you know, I want to thank everybody that came here tonight. And I came early. There was the 5 o'clock rally out front. I stayed out front for most of it. And, you know, I can't recall a time when I've had, and I've been doing this a while. I've been here 12 years, and I was involved in politics even before I got up here. And I can't recall a time when I've been in the presence of a very large group like this and had it go as smoothly as it did. So I really want to commend everybody and thank you all for your decorum here in the room. I've seen smaller crowds be way worse, and that's a testament to the organization that you've put together. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank everybody for the amount of emails that I've received on this and the amount of reach out that I've gotten on Facebook. It shows a deep interest in this. Just to kind of expand on that real quickly too, There's almost 400 people watching this stream live. We've got some council meetings that are 6 months old that don't have 200 people on it. And there's 150 people here. Again, I just want to, again, commend everybody for getting involved. I mean, that's a big thing that I'm all about, get informed and get involved, so I really appreciate it. I just have a couple of quick questions for you folks here. I've seen, and I don't mean for this to come across as a loaded question, but I do have a concern. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, we had other studies done about enrollment that led us to the decision to close Parker Farms in Yalesville at the time. We had to reopen those a decade later at a heavy cost, and at the time, we had the same type of projections. We had lower enrollment, it looked it was going to keep going that way, so something was wrong with the numbers. How are we sure that this time we've got it right? And if you don't have an answer, I'm okay with that, but I'd like to know your thoughts about that, or explain it so that I understand it better.
We are taking the information from a professional who has dedicated his career to this. It is only as good as he has been able to do with his data. He uses different data points on census, on relative areas around our DERG. Could it change? It could change. It could go either way. It could be drastically different in either way. One of the things that we will look at, and Mrs. Belizzi has already done some of her research about districts who have combined high schools, it tends to be that you get some of your students back. So that is one of the things that we will consider and try to do, if we move forward with this, more due diligence on, because we don't want to be in a position that we're not prepared for that. She did speak with a superintendent from another district for over an hour who went through this exact process. And that was his recommendation to her about really just make sure you're considering. If you have a brand new high school in your town, there may be students who go elsewhere now that may want to come back. That's something we'll have to add into an equation. But right now, this is the expert's data that he prepared for us as part of the study, to the best of his abilities.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure back then
If there wasn't a crystal ball in 1980, there's probably still not a good one.
Right,
now.
we had an expert back then too, so you can see where my concern is, and that's.
But I want you to know we're doing our due diligence, thinking about if we have a new high school, what's happened in other districts who've done this. Talk to that superintendent. What's the impact? So we're trying to look at the unknowns. We want to get it right.
No, I appreciate that, and if the question came across the wrong way, I apologize. That wasn't what I meant.
Never from you, Counselor Sandra.
The sentiment's already been made as far as the differential between the two plans. We're basically $1 million off. We're bonding these either which way, so I think that element there is pretty cut and dried. It almost doesn't matter which way we go on that. As far as the annual cost number that I have, and I took a look at that, it's the way I look at that too is that there's, you're talking about $3 million. Mr. Senna, real quick, if we charge one additional mill, that brings it about $4.5 million. Is that estimate still pretty close?
Yes.
That's pretty close. Okay, thanks. So, I don't throw the term around, it's just a few bucks easily because we're dealing with everybody. But one resident came up, was very, made a very strong point in that, nobody likes to pay taxes, but when we pay our taxes, we want to see the most bang for our buck out of it. Even that add-on cost on an annual basis, and there's the numbers can go around a lot of different ways because maybe the Board of Ed isn't responsible for some of the property, but the town would still be. So where the money actually goes to keep up the fields, and I know you put some numbers in, so I saw that. My best estimate against the median priced house in town for that change in the budget is $185 more. So when people say, hey, if we're going to spend the money, let's spend the extra money. It's $185 a year more. So we've got to that's my shot in the dark estimate on it. So this way, and the reason I bring that up is because I don't want people to say, oh, if we do it this way, it'll be $1,000 a year more on our tax. That's about what it would be, give or take the numbers that were used tonight. And I just double checked with Mr. Senna on, what it would cost to make the change. So that's what we're talking now. For some people, that's fine. Let's spend it and get more bang for our buck. For other people, they're on limited budgets, and $185 a year is a lot for them too. So we need to look and balance that as well. From my own experience on instruction, and I've been a technical trainer since 2001. In the 2008 time frame, when we had the first recession in the technology area, my classes at night, I did it nights and weekends. I didn't go full time until 2017. Moved up from 15 students on average up to 20. Nowadays, my classes are slated for 27 learners. And these are adults learning information technology. There's a little bit of drop off, but on average, my classes are 22, 23 students. Once in a while, I get a short class, 15, 16 learners. Those are some of my best classes. There's more ability for them to be interactive. There's more ability for them to ask questions. When they get jammed up in a lab, it's easier for me to help. So myself personally, I understand everybody's sentiment about let's keep the class sizes down. So what I want to make sure that all of you understand, we hear you. We're going to be looking at this. On top, the board's already looked at it, and they're going to get our feedback, and they're going to look at it again. And we'll, I don't think it was ever intentional to do anything in a vacuum. But I think now it should be pretty clear to everyone that everybody's going to stay on top of this and get it out to everybody. I really do appreciate the hard work that this presentation brought forward, because it answered a lot of questions I would have had. My main concern is always going to be we're going to have to commit this money to 20 years of payments, and then the residents are going to be paying the differential. That we're making the best decision for everybody involved across the broadest spectrum that we can have it. So that'll be the way that I'll be looking at it. But again, I don't want to underscore the idea of the work that already went into it, but I also want to understand where people are coming from. And this was an open meeting to discuss possible action on one high school, and the conversation's clearly been very lopsided. I've only heard a couple of other points of going down to that one high school. So my ask is that if there are more people that are supportive of this one high school, they need to let us know. That part of the conversation has to come forward too. Otherwise, what we've got to work with is everybody wants to keep the way that it is. So I'm asking people, please come forward if you support one school so that we can get the information, just like we've been in contact with everybody else that's supporting to keep the two open. We need to hear that balance to make a good decision. So I'm hoping that we continue to get this kind of messaging, emailing, and contact on Facebook. It's the only way that we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
May I speak?
Sure.
Is this on? Okay.
Yes.
But Mr. Zandri, you have those answers. This board has taken 5 years of sweat and tears to get this information to you. So you have the information there from the Board of Education. We have been elected to do that kind of work, and we gave it to you now to make that decision. Not to decide if our decision is right or wrong. We gave you a decision. Now, what you do with that is your business. I don't think you should have to wait for other people to come in here and talk to you. We did. We gave you a multi-page presentation to read and try to understand, and I know there's an awful lot of work involved in that. But it negates the time and effort that the Board of Education took to put all that information together, to investigate, to meet with people from the state, to meet with state representatives, to meet together constantly. And I don't want that to be overlooked. I hear what people here are saying. I agree with a lot of them in certain issues. I disagree on others. I've been in education for over 50 years. I've been on this board for 22. I've served more than all of you except for Mr. Testa, I believe. I just feel I don't want our efforts to be negated over certain issues that either are misconstrued or not understood or are legitimate. We'll listen to those things, and maybe we will modify that. But I just don't want the whole thing to be negated. I could sit here and I could go through some of these things that were brought up and counter on some of them. You know, I won't go into it now. But, you know, transportation is a biggie, and we can talk about. I will talk about that. Last year, we had a bus company that did not pick up our children. They waited half hour, 45 minutes for a bus to come. The bus company was not doing what they were supposed to do. We got a lawyer. We sat down with that company. We don't have that company anymore. We knew there was a problem. It was presented to us by the families of this town, and we worked on it. And we got a new company, and I bet you we haven't had one complaint this year. And it worked. We're spending a little more money. Sometimes you got to spend more money to get what you need. And we did it. We do listen, and we try to do our best. I listened tonight. I will go back over this report, and I will look at it again and see where the discrepancies are, if indeed there are discrepancies. But again, I don't think I need to hear from people who want one high school, or you do. It's all right here.
Mr. Ravato, I appreciate your enthusiasm on this, and you and I have talked about this. It's important to me. I have to cast a vote, and I want to I only get one chance to do it right, and I want to make sure I make the right decision. I'm not going to get it right every single time. And again, I'll apologize up front if you think anything I said was derogatory at all. I'll make a good example. I was in favor of the data centers on the other side of town just marginally, but I didn't have enough information to vote yes for them, and I voted no. That might have been better for Wallingford, more tax money coming in, but I couldn't do it because I didn't have all the information I needed for that subset of people that were going to live right next door to it. So I still need that from these people. And I need you to make a phone call to me, and we'll have another one, I'm sure. And you can, I'm always open to the input. You know that. And I look at it like, you know, sometimes when we're legislating stuff, because we're smart on it, we've got our professionals and so on, sometimes the people want something else anyway. They understand all the elements. They understand all the professionals. I'll use a silly example. New York City they passed a law so you couldn't buy a Super Gulp anymore. The people wanted it anyway. So sometimes you have to kind of get a better understanding. And so I would like to hear from them. I would like to hear from everybody. And I appreciate all this work, and I've looked it over. And you guys are going to know it better than me. But I still, in order to be comfortable with any vote that I've got to make up here, I need to hear from them. So I absolutely appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
And I also would like to hear from people, too. They have my email. It's on the school. Wait a second, folks. Putting it on Facebook is not contacting me and saying some of the things that were put on Facebook were not very nice. People, I'd like to know how many of you counselors were contacted by people other than complaining about things. How many people asked, do you know about this one school plan or two? I know board members haven't gotten very many at all. Where it was on Facebook. That's unfortunate. So I had to read on Facebook what people in the schools thought about this. I might have gotten a couple of emails, but that's it. I shouldn't have had to rely on Facebook. I'll tell you, no more. I'm done.
I have 48 emails.
Good for you. I wish I got it.
As the chairperson of the Board of Education, I did not even receive over 10.
Councilor Carmody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and thank you for your presentation tonight. I just wanted to touch upon some of the questions and concerns that were brought up tonight, particularly class size. It was said that there will be more students per classroom in a consolidated school, and in some cases, I think it was said 4 to 7 more students. Is that an accurate statement?
So currently, our guidelines are up to 25 students in a class. So depending on the classes that are running, they will vary between. So one of the slides I shared has an average, but that's an average of the core classes. So some of our elective classes are less than that right now. We try and make sure that we have a minimum of 15 students to run classes, but there's always exceptions to that. So within that, if it's courses that are graduation requirement courses and there's conflicts, and so we have to open up another section to make sure those students get it, regardless of which high school it is, we will run those classes. So the number of students in that class may be less. We do the best we can to stick to the guidelines. It's a guideline. So it's not a hard and fast, it's a guideline. So one of the slides shared for all of our levels, the guidelines we stick by. And we try and do our best that we can to be able to do that. So if there are 29 students that one particular class, it may be that we are having discussions with our high school principals, our school counselors, that we have to open up a second section so that there's not 29 students, but it's 15. And so it depends. It varies on the classes. So there may be some that in one high school may go up a little bit, some more than others, but not more than 25 is what the guideline is. And so we really try and stick to that.
And at no point do class sizes go over 25, but you're saying it's just a guideline, so sometimes that class size is over 25, or it could be.
It's a guideline, agreed. We try not to do that. I don't really think we have many of those. We may have a few, but we try really hard not to do that. The other thing we also need to look at on the flip side is the amount of times that we're combining the classes, because we want to make sure we offer those classes. So we're asking our staff to teach multiple levels of a class within one class. And so we're doing that more and more to provide our students with what they're requesting. So it's a balance. It definitely is. And so, we're looking at it from both angles with still providing what's best for students, but balancing that piece.
And I want to add 2 things. The 25 number is actually the number that's up in Hartford, that there's proposed legislation that be the high school size. And we're already at that for our guideline. The second thing I wanted to add is that the Board of Ed, we've talked about should that be a hard policy. The difficulty with that is that we do have a large population of transient students that come in and out of the district. We heard one speaker this evening say 2 weeks before her 3rd grade class opened up, they added a section. Central office is constantly adding sections. We could have somebody walk in the day before school and register for school in our district, and we obviously take them. So to have a hard number, we may not be able to meet that if students join during the year. So we need to, in some cases where that's happened at the elementary level, we may put an extra para in a class if the class has already started for a couple weeks and they don't want to split the kids apart. That's usually a discussion with central office and the teacher and the principal. So we've thought about making hard rules that it will not go over 25, but we've reverted to a guideline just for those reasons. So it's the best of our abilities. We try not to go over that, but there are instances that are. There's far more instances that it's a conversation about, do we run the class for low enrollment? And that's where an equity issue comes in. We have classes right now that run at Sheehan on a regular basis. They do not run at Lyman Hall. We have AP students who at Sheehan have access to certain AP classes. Those same classes are not afforded to students at Lyman Hall.
How many classes is that?
That data is on the restructuring page of the website. I'll give you one example, though, and this will resonate with everyone in this room. We have a student this year taking an AP class remotely because he wanted the class and we couldn't offer it at his high school.
Thank you.
Mr. Carmen, if I may interrupt.
Sure.
The superintendent made a very good point about that Art 1, 2, 3 in one class. We ask so much of our teachers today. What they do in an 80-minute period is unbelievable. They have to differentiate their instruction based on a child's ability. Now, you add to that teaching two different
Mr.
levels.
Votto, if you could get close to
two different levels or three different levels together. I mean, as an educator, I feel that's impossible and it's hard. But you don't want to deny a child a class because they might need that course to graduate. And now we have to give the teacher an extra course to teach in their class. That's more planning. That's, it's dividing their time in an 80-minute period, and that's not easy to do. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is sometimes, if there's only one Calculus 2 course offered at Lyman Hall, and there are 10 kids who need to take that Calculus 2, one kid who needs to take that class to get the credit to graduate. But because of their schedule, they cannot fit that class into their schedule. So now they can't take it. So they have to take an elective when they really wanted to take Calculus 2. That bothers me. I want a child to be able to take the courses they need to take. And right now, it's not working in many cases because there's only one class running in that particular course. This, hopefully, will straighten that out. I mean, I know there are some truths that we don't want to hear, but it's the nature of the beast.
Thank you. What will the reduction in staff be in a consolidated high school?
Right, so that personnel number is not just certified teaching staff. It's overall looking at everyone from the district. I don't have the exact figures in front of me as to when we went back and how many certified, non-certified, but it was looking at across all areas of the district.
So there will be certified teachers that are let go.
So right now, again, it's an estimate, and I caution with that for a moment because, again, looking at where we are now, I mentioned the pathways earlier. So the pathways we have wonderful pathways. If we offer it very broadly. So if we're having all of our students, large number of students, larger number of staff, you may not see that reduction in certified staff because you may be offering additional classes within those pathways. And so then there isn't going to be that elimination of staffing. So it's a very broad surface beginning stages look at what could potentially happen if I was to look at it today and potentially look at it.
So we don't have any hard numbers yet.
It's very hard to give it because, I can give the example. I was just talking with my central office staff today about our medical career pathways. So you look at the classes that we offer right now. They're split between both of our high schools. And so, wanting to expand that. That's an interest for our students. It's a growing interest. So could you look at offering additional courses or classes within that pathway if you had more students in one area? Could you offer the EMT classes? Could you offer other things that students are interested in within that pathway if you had more students in one high school? We're a comprehensive high school, so we're broad, but maybe we could go deeper to what the students' interests are, depending. That's just one example.
Thank you. A lot of people tonight brought up sports and performing arts. It has been mentioned somewhere that approximately 120 students would lose the opportunity to play varsity sports and lose out on participating in plays. Is that an accurate assessment?
Again, it's just an estimate and a look at where we are right now today. So taking the numbers we have right now, it may be accurate. It's very hard to predict exact numbers knowing where we're going to be 5 to 7 years from now in interest. In addition, it's an opportunity on the flip side to also offer additional sports for students that might be interested, depending on what the interest levels are, in addition to clubs and other activities that they might be interested in. So it could vary. There may be students that lose those opportunities, but there may be opportunities in different areas as well.
Mr. Carmody, I might add.
Sure.
Hockey was mentioned earlier, okay? I'm a hockey papa, okay, with grandsons on the Sheehan hockey team. Next year, they don't have enough kids for a team. So now what do we do? So my point is, hopefully, if there were one, what I'm trying to say is those are the problems that occur sometime. So now I guess we have to co-op with another town, and I don't think has worked out yet, but they're trying to. I think Lyman Hall, correct me people if I'm wrong, I think Lyman Hall has a large enough team where they don't probably need the Sheehan kids, but that's just another example of the opposite. That there might be children who can't play the sport because there aren't enough players for the particular team.
Actually, if I could ask you to wait, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We'll get back to you. Yes. Thank you.
There were a lot of concerns about students with IEPs or 504s and also mental health concerns in a large school. Is there a plan to address those matters?
So, yes. So currently, I am proud of the staffing that we currently have in terms of the mental health capacity. We have social workers, school psychologists. I can pull up the exact number in each of our buildings. And so there is no look to cut or take away any of that right now. We understand that's a huge need. We know our student population. We're aware of our special education numbers, our 504 numbers. So again, a preliminary look at that is no, we're going to continue. If this is something that happens and moves forward, it's 5 to 7 years from now. So we're going to continue to monitor every year where we are. There is no, in my opinion right now, there is no reason to lessen any of those support staffs we have for our students. Those are beneficial, as are all of our staff. And so these are things we're going to continue to look at. We were asked to just look at it right now at a snapshot. So no, that is something we want to continue to maintain.
It was mentioned 40% of Sheehan is not being utilized. What is that space? Is it just empty space right now?
It is not empty space. I'd have to go through again here to look at how they come up with the utilization, because that is something that, but they're looking at the spaces, the number of students. There was a difference from the first study to the current study. The study that was done in 2018 did give Sheehan a larger utilization rate. We did speak with our consultants regarding that because we did notice the difference from the first study to the second one. It was explained to me that there are different ways of establishing the utilization rate. In the current people that did the study, they went back and they looked, and there was a different calculation in the class sizes at that time, among other things that they looked at. So again, it depends on how we're using the space. Every room may be used, but it depends on what it's being used for and the programming for it. I believe the first study in 2018, it was looking at 21 students. This one looked at 25. So you'll get the difference, which is our board guidelines of 25. So that's where you'll get some of the difference in the utilization.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question for now. Has any other location in town been seriously looked at for the one high school?
We would love one. Could you find something in the center of town, measure it out from one side to the other, and be able to afford to walk away from the VOAG? We have Dr. Menzo, as you would expect, for those of you who knew him, did his due diligence, met with realtors, walked different properties. If there is somebody who knows of a site that meets the requirements of the 20 acres plus 1 acre for every 100 students, we have not found one.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for staying so late this evening. I know most of you have kids at home, so thanks for being here. I have a few questions. My first question, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the original Board of Ed presentation, because I watched all your meetings on this, I thought that it was $21 million less to renovate as new than to do the one consolidated high school. But it looks like in this presentation, it's $20 million more. And I believe there was mention of square footage being caught of the one consolidated high school to get a better reimbursement rate. So can you just speak to that and just correct me if those numbers are wrong?
So when we took a look at this originally, and met with our firm that was working with this, if you take a look at the sheets that were given, the standard sheets that were given, you'll look at the space standards and they've changed over time. And so the thing that's been calculated and updated was looking at the space standards and what would be the maximum reimbursable rate for each of the schools. And so in calculating it and looking at it, that's where the difference came in with Sheehan, Lyman Hall, and then the one consolidated high school. Is that what you're referencing? I just want to make sure I'm looking at it.
Yes.
I'm answering your question.
Yep. So then my concern with that now is that, that's a huge swing in the opposite direction in a very short amount of time. So my concern now is that with this new spacing model that I'm fearful that we're spacing ourselves out of the new consolidated school. I understand with the reimbursement rates that they want you to utilize as much space as you possibly can. And my fear is that if we utilize so much of it, we have no room for growth. That brings me into the projections. Going through that whole projection analysis, obviously this gentleman's a professional, but he even admits in his own projection that there are many things that can affect this. He goes back historically, he says like the 2012 recession, economic issues affected this, COVID affects projections. So he even admits himself that he's got some issues, some concerns, I guess. And I've seen in other towns in Connecticut where, actually I believe it just happened in South Windsor recently, where they built new schools, they were projected, they built them based on projections, and as soon as the new elementary school opened, they had kids in trailers. I'm hearing this secondhand, so sorry if I'm incorrect, but I'm pretty sure it's right. They had brand new schools with kids in trailers because the projections were off, because they had a lot of farmland that then had houses. And I know somebody brought up the data centers before, so we have lots of farmland in town that we know they're trying to sell the farms because they've brought options before us. I'm concerned that even if one of those farms sells, that could be 100 houses. I live in front of where a farm used to be, and they built 62 houses within the past 15 years, I think that was built. So things like that, I'm concerned that if we max ourselves out at a new consolidated high school, we have no room for growth. So that's one of my concerns with that. I'm sorry, my notes are all over the place here. Oh, the other thing too with the cost estimates. So we know from recent projects in town, notably the police station, that was estimated to be about $25 million, and now we're knocking on $40 million. So I can see with either new construction or renovations that these numbers I don't think will be where we think they're going to be right now. So that's a concern. Let's see. The neighborhood. So the Lyman Hall neighborhood, I know a couple people spoke about it. I just don't think this neighborhood can handle this. 58 buses plus parent pickup plus student drivers. It's a very kind of tight residential neighborhood. Very concerned that this neighborhood can't handle that type of volume. So that's another concern of mine. Sorry, just going through all my notes here. And I'm trying not to repeat anything anyone said because everybody was much more eloquent than I am right now. So just trying to go through. Oh, in regards to sports, so I know people were speaking about that, but one thing that a student told me recently that he was concerned about the sports, being eliminated from a team because he's not, he admitted he's not that great of a player. But he said his sports team is basically what keeps him doing well in school. And that's, and his coaches really work with him to make sure his grade, because you need to have a certain grade to be on the team. And that's really what helps him. And I know we hear on the council so often about we need to offer things for our teens and, with the issues at the parks, it keeps being brought up, and I'm very concerned that we're cutting opportunities for our students out by doing this. All right, and then I have a few questions just on the slides. Let's see. Okay, so on slide number 11, and you don't really need to look up if you want to, it's follow along. on slide number 11, it mentions that we have an inability to expand desired programming and ensure equitable access to programming due to space limitations. But I'm confused because if we have space limitations, then we also are arguing that we have too much unused space. So I'm not sure how those play into each other.
I'll explain. So I'll give you an example. So space limitations, meaning, for example, right now, the culinary program at Lyman Hall is much larger than the one that is at Mark T. Sheehan High School, based on the space that's available to be able to hold it. So oftentimes at Mark T. Sheehan High School, we may have to limit the number of students that can take some of those classes to 16, and that's just based on the way the space is set up, the equipment and the materials that are needed for that class to be able to run. Whereas if you go to the other side of town, because it's a larger space, you may be able to accept more students in to take that class. So again, a very, brief to what comes to my mind example, but that's more of what it's referring to. The fact that we're within the structure that we have. So while we would love to be able to expand that program at Sheehan, because it is flourishing, and it's doing very well, and we want to continue to see that happen, we're also confined to whatever space we have to be able to accept that and to make it grow.
Okay, so we're not talking about space as in square footage of the entire building. We're talking about the space that it's currently inhabiting.
Correct, like programming spacing, depending.
Okay. So I mean, I think renovations probably could address that in some cases. My other question is, if Sheehan is so underutilized, why aren't we moving central office back there and saving the rent?
Underutilization does not mean 40% of the building is empty. Underutilization is classroom by classroom, how many empty seats there are, how many extra square footage is in the classroom that we don't have 25 students, we're running classes that are 10 and 12. That is not, don't confuse underutilization with empty space. It's not empty space.
So the building is full population-wise right now?
Yes, all the classrooms are being used. We have specialized programs in some of the spaces, especially where central office used to be at Mark T. Sheehan High School. That is a specialized program that we have there right now. So it's not as if you would walk in and see tons, one half of the building not being used. It's the way they calculate it and how the space is being used based on the number of students that are enrolled in that building.
Okay, so
makes
locally we're saying there's no room to put central office back there, but the people that are doing the calculations at the state are saying you have 40% you're not utilizing. Right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's the way it's confusing. I know they explained it to us multiple times. It's the way we're using it that calculates the utilization rate. Again, it's one component of the whole picture of all the pieces that come into.
So, but you don't, or the board doesn't think that right now we can put central office back there. There's not room for that right now.
Right, there's not the space for central office to go back there, right?
When Sheehan was designed, was it designed to have central office when it was originally built, or no? They ended up there at some point.
4 or 8 classrooms, I can't remember, at the end of that wing. Tom, do you remember how many? I think there were 2 upstairs, 2. I think it was almost 8 classrooms, but then they needed the space for that. I can't think of the special program that was housed where Parker Place, the new apartments are. It was housed there, the program. And to get them out of there and not pay rent, that's when they decided to bring them into those rooms that were the offices. And they were kind of out of the way, too, over there.
Okay, and we're using those classrooms right now. So it doesn't sound like Sheehan's as empty as I was picturing it when I heard 40% is not being used, I guess.
You just got to go by the square footage equals the number of students. That's what they're telling us.
So right. And this is just what's coming from the state. So this isn't us saying.
This isn't our worksheet.
This is the state saying for us to calculate how much money you get, we're telling you that you're underutilizing by 40%. Okay. Sorry, just scrolling through here. Oh, on slide 19. So this is more about projections again. I thought it was interesting. If you look, it looks like the years about 1986 86, 88-ish. There's a dip, there's a large dip from like the 70s. And then if you look ahead to maybe 2002, 2003, there's a spike. And then it kind of looks like it's going down a little bit. But again, that's just to my point before where I think, there's going to be peaks and valleys, and I'm concerned that if we say declining enrollment, that I don't think Wallingford is, on a steady decline for the next 50 or 100 years. So I just wanted to point that out in that slide. Excuse my scrolling. Oh, one of the slides about Sheehan show, I'll get you the slide number. Slide 39. This shows, again, and this is kind of what I was just talking about, but this shows undersized admin. So I assume that's administrative offices,
Correct.
schools administrative offices.
Correct.
Okay, and so we're saying, again, just to my point before, so we're identifying that as undersized, it looks like based on this study. And yet, we're saying that Sheehan has too much unutilized space. So I think, with a renovation or something, we could maybe address that. All right, and then as far as the choice between the new high school or the renovate is new, I kind of think it's a false choice. I don't think those are the only two options. I think we can do, because we've identified with these studies that all of our schools need at least something. And the middle schools initially were the big thing we were focusing on. And so then we ended up here where there's, either consolidate high schools or you renovate both as new. And I think there's another choice there. And I think it was even on the survey. I think we can do renovations at both, maybe not renovate as new where it's, close to a tear down, but we just do renovations, and that would be another option there. So I think choosing between one or the other is kind of a false choice at this point. All right, I think that's all I have for the slides.
Mrs. Tada, I think
Yes.
you also have to remember too, and this might not be a very important point, but renovating to new, you have to put the kids somewhere.
Closer to the mic, please.
I'm sorry, I have a big mouth too. When you renovate to new, you have to empty the building. And you have to find a swing space for the students. So that's another thing we have to think about. So keep that in the back of your head.
Absolutely.
Personally, the middle schools are, they're just, they need to be really knocked down and started. But we can't, how many things can we do at one time? Again, where do you put kids to? That's the other thing we have to think about, the swing space.
Sure, thank you for that.
And I want to add to that also, there's certain things that we know need to be addressed that can't be addressed with just renovations. For example, Lyman Hall has the smallest gym in the state. A simple renovation of painting the walls, putting in a new gym floor, that's not going to change the structure. And we also learned from the state, if we did a renovate to new project, we also have to be concerned structurally how much we're changing. Because we can only change or add on up to a certain amount before it's considered new construction. I believe it's 30%. So that also plays into this, as to if we're doing renovations, how much, where, and what are we doing at each side of town for which schools?
Sure, thank you. And then on slide 55, it shows, so it looks like this slide is arguing that a reason to do this is to save about $3 million per year. And I'm not asking this question to be sarcastic, I hope it doesn't come across this way, but how much is your requested budget increase this year for Board of Ed that you submitted to the mayor?
It's changed because of the health insurance, so I don't know what do you, Tim, know the?
I heard it was around
I
$7
left
million.
the budget book at home.
It's not an exact number, but I think it's around $6.8 million at this point. But that's
I was
not
gonna say, I thought I
exact.
heard 7, yeah. So, in 1 year, the Board of Ed's requesting an increase of almost $7 million. And then on this slide, we see that, we'd save $3 million by closing Sheehan. So, just to put that in perspective a little bit. The last thing I just wanted to touch on, was what just came up a few minutes ago about not hearing from people and how many people are here and who got emails. I mean, I haven't counted them. I would guess I've received 75 emails and probably 10 phone calls over the since the Board of Ed's meeting. It's been nonstop. I've been on the phone till about this time every single night, trying to answer every single email. I hope I did. So I think, and I know the Board of Ed is saying, we didn't hear anything, or we wish we knew this. I watched the meetings and I was a little bit upset with the way it happened. So there was a facilities meeting at 11:30 a.m. on a weekday. That was one of the first ones. Then there was the meeting where I think ultimately you would take your vote. Was scheduled to be in this room on a Monday. On Friday, I believe it was changed to a Zoom meeting because there was snow predicted on Monday. So then I was watching the Zoom meeting, and at the beginning there was a chance for public comment. It was stated that the board doesn't answer questions but only receives comments and takes note of questions. And then I don't think anybody spoke, maybe one person. And then the screen turned off for about 40 minutes because you went into executive session. But obviously, the people don't know how long that's going to last, so the screen's kind of just says executive session for 40 minutes. And then it came back on, and the board said that there was a glitch in the public comment link, so they put a new link to try again. And then I think at that point, maybe 2 people commented. So I don't think, and I'm not saying anything was intentional, but I just don't think that people realize. I mean, we have so many people. I don't think I've ever seen this many people in here for any topic since I've been here. I just don't think they weren't. I just think they weren't aware, of what exactly was being voted on. And I think the link not working and it being switched from an in-person to a Zoom. So again, I'm not blaming anybody, but I think that's why we have so many people here tonight, because now we're kind of at this next step. Sorry, did you want to say something?
That's okay. So there was a glitch that evening. I did change it from an in-person meeting to virtual due to the weather, so that we didn't have to reschedule the meeting. The link was a glitch when my administrator had put that through. And when we caught it and we realized it, we fixed it right away. I get it. I understand all of that completely. The facilities meeting, that was the first one we did at that time, because that was when all of us, the facilities steering committee meeting. So that's separate from when we've talked about it at our board meetings. All of that information is on our website as to communications that we've sent out, times we've met. That was not the first meeting of the facilities steering committee, though. We did form the group earlier than that to talk about things. We've all along called it the facilities or restructuring, because to Mrs. Raccio's point earlier, we can't predict, we can't say that it's to talk about one high school or something specific. It's to talk about the whole project as a whole. So I do understand that piece where people are coming from.
Thank you for that.
And I will add that the Facility Steering Committee at 11:30 is, I believe, the only facility steering committee that had public comment. We've had daytime, we've had evening, we've had public forums virtual, we've had public forums in person. Some of the counselors here recognize what the turnout, this is not the same turnout that was at our public forum. So I understand, that there's a frustration, but to be honest, we have messaged and messaged and messaged that this was happening. There was another motion in December to have the board make a decision by January 15th. Mr. Votto, you actually made the motion. And then we didn't meet that deadline because of getting feedback from the public forum, and then the state delayed one of the meetings with us. And so this has been an ongoing agenda item for months and months and months. And as you can tell, we've done the research for years. So I do not think, based on all of the discussions, November there was discussion about a motion. December there was another discussion about a deadline. January, there was the forum. I mean, this was coming up to a vote. I mean, we talked about it month after month. Yes, we can go back and have another public forum. We can point people. There were over 150 different comments that Superintendent Belizzi got when she sent out the Google form. It's on a beautiful dashboard on our website. Central office has done a phenomenal job. You have transportation issues, click on that. You have curriculum issues, click on that. All of that information and the feedback that we got was taken by Danielle's office, and it was all categorized, and it's on a great website. I doubt that a lot of people have gone through all of those fields and really read what the impact is for everything, from sports to transportation, and that's one of the things that I kind of, as I was sitting here tonight, hearing the questions and the comments, like, I want to say, go here. All the information is there. To Mr. Ciccarella's comment about, I wish we had like a handout of the facts. There's like it's like a 10 or 12 page. It's this presentation just condensed down to facts. That was e-blasted to all of our families. That was the fact sheet that was the accompaniment or the companion document to this. We have been as transparent as we can be with information and trying to get people to come to our meetings. We have never had even a fraction of this interest at our meetings. Whether they're virtual, in person, day, night, it didn't matter.
Okay, and I appreciate everybody's time that they are here tonight. So I guess since everybody is here tonight, I guess and Councilor Fishman touched on this in the very beginning, what exactly is the board asking of the council tonight?
I will defer to Mr. Cerrone. You have the motion on there. You know what our motion was.
There's actually no motion at this point.
So at this point, this is a presentation. You know how the board voted.
Okay, so, all right, excuse me a second. So Chairman Cervoni has a motion already?
No,
he does not.
He has an agenda item.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay, just want to make sure. So I'm not sure then what exactly the board is, are you just wanting us to opine so you have some?
Our motion at the Board of Ed meeting that you watched was to bring forward our decision to move forward with an architectural study. Remember, we only have feasibility. We have to do architectural study to make sure that that would actually work, to do one high school. Right now, we're looking at Lyman Hall. That's the only, we can't buy land. We can't even find land. If there's other options, that's something that the town council would have to share with us. So we know that our schools need work. And, Mr. Votto touched a little bit on the middle schools, and while we have this captive audience, I want to make mention that our middle schools are in worse shape than our high schools. As a Board of Ed, we made the decision to start at the high schools for the sake of the students. If we started at the middle schools, those middle schoolers would have had construction through their middle school years and their high school years, and that just would not be fair. So yes, we do need to move forward with the high school renovation, but know that we all recognize the middle schools are in bad shape and they need probably more attention.
Okay, I guess then, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would like to make a motion to recommend that the Board of Ed not pursue a consolidated high school any further.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the table. Councilor Laffin.
Thank you. I was going to speak before all that, but so a new question then for Councilor Tata. Do you mean to say stop looking at one high school forever, or if we're not going to look, we're not comfortable with this plan, if you're really committed to the idea, we need something different?
No, my motion would be that and again, we can't, they're not asking us for money, but I would make a motion that the town council recommend the Board of Ed not pursue a consolidated high school.
Okay.
I think it seems obvious that the town doesn't
want that.
Yeah, and my only concern with that is that it's entirely an education decision. If they were going to come back to us, they should have the ability to come back to us. I don't know that we can tell them not to. Going back to my original notes here, I wanted to echo everything that Councilor Zandri said. The public question and comment period was an hour and 19 minutes long. I've listened to one person talk for 19 minutes, and it felt like 3 hours. And the hour and 19 minutes tonight was fast, it was quick. Everybody had prepared statements. I thought everybody was respectful. Savannah and Lily, great job. Really, really good. This kind of involvement, it really went by quickly, on my side anyway. I have lived here my whole life, 2 kids at Lyman Hall. My concerns are academics, number one, and number 2, location. It took me 25 minutes to get from Cook Hill to Tully's Road on a Sunday. So obviously those are concerns that have been brought up among many other things. I think what we've learned tonight is that people really needed or still need to feel that they've been listened to and heard. And I'm not pointing any fingers anywhere. I think whatever the reasons were, it wasn't quite the right timing or the moment. And even if people are going to disagree, I think it's important that they at least feel that they were involved and participated. Because it really is a community decision. We've talked about, and people have talked in behind the scenes, is there a way to kind of just push it to referendum and just one and be done? The only way that this, Mr. Votto commented, he didn't want to negate all the work the Board of Ed does, and that goes back to my concern with the motion, because I don't want to negate the work that the Board of Ed has done either, and I don't want to tell them what to do. I feel like we can only address the things that are within our purview and within our rights. I responded to the emails that I got. I have for years been historically against consolidating schools. And I think what gave me pause is that I've served on the Board of Ed with many of these members. I'm friends with some of these members. I've served in other capacities. I'm involved in other organizations. And for such a strong vote to be that way, that made me say, well, hold on, let's at least look at this, because if we just shut it down right away, this isn't going to die. It's going to fester longer if we don't, kill it right or let it fly. There's some anomalies that concern me as well. We talked about housing, potential new developments. So it was brought up that Wallingford is number 4 in the top 50 desirable zip codes in the country. But there's a low inventory of houses available in Wallingford. Anybody that's been looking for the last couple of years knows that. And when you find a house, it's worth a lot more. You have to pay a lot more to actually get it. But yet we have statistics and studies and census of declining population and declining enrollment. And I think that's simply because people aren't leaving. Their kids are growing up, their kids are graduating, the kids are going to college, maybe the kids aren't coming back. So you went from a household of 5 or 4 down to 2. And those people aren't moving out of town. And then when they don't have a smaller house to downsize to, they just stay in their larger house. Then we have the COVID. People stayed home. People were bored. People made babies. And now we have a huge increase. And that was actually, those were numbers that I had looked up as well. In all the projections we've looked at in these reports are, they're out about 10 years. Well, what about 14 and 15 years when the kids born last year are entering high school? I have the 2018 report from Dr. Menzo on my iPad, and the projected enrollment for 2023 at the high end was 65 students less than now. So 5 years ago, there was a fear and a concern that we needed to do something and consolidate and do it quickly because enrollment was going down so quickly and so heavily. And it did go down, but those projections weren't right. And that's not anybody's fault. It's everybody's best guess, I suppose. We're 171 students above the low, which I think is pretty significant. I strongly relate to the concerns about the small school versus the mega school. I ended up at Siena College, which is a small, medium school outside of Albany, New York, and I wasn't a big party person at all, and I was bored, at the beginning of the semester and whatnot, so I was looking for something to do, so I ran for student government. I opened up the book and I picked something. Nobody ran against me. I think I gave great speeches anyway and funny campaign posters, and I won. And then that became a thing, and I ran against people for everything else all the other years. I was student body president. That one small school experience, that one tipping point, changed everything about who I am. I might have come home and never been involved in politics. I never would have run for office. Never would have done any of that. I have no idea where I would have been. But I acknowledge that had one more popular person that had been going to parties decided to just do it for fun, that might have been it. So I feel all of those concerns and all those hesitancies, and you worry about, you have one introverted kid, and you worry about how's he going to get through school. Coming out of COVID, you go from homeschooling to half the classroom size, and everything's okay, and then the next year, classroom sizes are doubled, and the kids are freaking out because they haven't had that high school experience. And then you have an extroverted child that walks in and out, gets straight A's, and has no problem. So I really do feel the pain and the concerns and the anxiety that people have. And that's why I think everybody's so emotional and passionate about this. And I remind everybody, everybody up here, the Board of Ed, the administration, they're all people too. And they're all really just doing the best that they can and that they see fit. And that's really all they want. I mean, I received responses to my I'm not for one school that was like, well, that wasn't aggressive enough. Well, I don't know I thought I said I was on your side. What else did you want me to do? Kill a baby seal on my way to do it? I don't understand. So I just ask, as this process continues or whatever the vote happens tonight, that everybody just be mindful that everybody that is on the Board of Ed, everybody that works in the administration, everybody up here, and all of you, we're all just regular people too. We don't need to become divided and hate each other like the rest of the country's doing. And I think if we just keep having conversations and people are heard and listened to, we can figure this out like we should as a community decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Laffin, for those comments. Some of the most positive things that have been said tonight. I started this meeting, or took things out of order in this meeting, because I had the clear impression walking in here that the volume of attendance was because people felt that before we got to where we are today, they had not been heard. And I thought it was important that you feel like you were heard before we started talking about your future. We've heard several times tonight that this is a discussion that started on the Board of Ed in 2018. We are all busy. We all have lives that take us in different directions and draw our attention to what's most important at the moment. So it's understandable that not everybody has kept track of this discussion while it's been going on at the Board of Ed. And they acknowledge that the discussion took a pause for 2 years during COVID. Having listened to all of you, and I mean all of you, in this room tonight, what is clear to me is that while there has been a lot of information that has been exchanged, and opinions and perspectives, that no matter which direction the Board of Education goes in, there is more work to be done. I too believe that the decision to consolidate schools is an educational decision. Ultimately, the decision to be made up here is whether or not to fund the decision. And again, based upon what I heard tonight, I still want to hear some more. And to speak to the motion, I don't believe the council is in a position to tell the Board of Education to stop its exploration. This may come back here in one form or another, and it's going to ultimately be our decision to fund it or not. And we could do that for philosophical or educational reasons that we base our decision upon. But again, I don't believe it's the council's prerogative to tell the Board of Education what to do with its time, energy, and dedication to its work. That's all I'm going to say right now. On to Councilor Testa.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank all of you. Yeah, gee, I have a lot to say. I want to start by just sharing my perspective, because I think it's important to at least understand where I'm coming from. And hopefully it doesn't reveal what might appear to be a bias, because it's not. I served on the Board of Education in the 90s for quite a while. And ever since I moved on to this role, I've always been one to preach up here that we have one job and the Board of Ed has another. And it is not our position to tell the Board of Education how to run the schools. By law, that's not our job. But we have the obligation and the responsibility to handle the money. You can have it, you can't have it. That's it. Now, having said that, we're not talking about an annual budget here, clearly. We're talking about something much grander, much bigger. And the community is looking to us, in a different way. So that's why, I'm, not taking that standoff position. It's not my job, because to a degree it is. But my job at this point, for me, is to dialogue with you now, listen to the public, to many of the kids I graduated with. I teach in the culinary arts program. So I teach in the career to technical education program in the system, which I'm super proud of and excited about, because I've seen that grow and develop. And so a lot of what I see as you've been planning is encouraging to me, because I see the need for growth and the potential for expansion in career education in our school system. And I see where we're held back. Because we have schools on both sides of town, that's a challenge, not something we can overcome. And nothing I say tonight is going to say is my declaration that I'm in favor of one school, because I'm not ready to make that decision tonight. I'm just not. And I would vote against that motion, and I don't want that motion to be read as me being in favor of one school. I'm simply not in favor of deciding on it tonight, and I think it's a rush for us to do so. Having said that, so I look at the potential in the career to technical education program, the pathways. I see that, Sheehan kids can't take my class in culinary arts. can't work on my food truck. They can't run the restaurants that we have. My colleague at Sheehan works solo over there and is doing an amazing job. But she doesn't have the facilities to do culinary arts. We're a culinary arts school. Our program rivals Gateway. Our kids get credits at Gateway. Our kids go to Culinary Institute and Johnson & Wales. It's a really cool program. I love it. Okay? I'm not going to be around that much longer, by the way. So whatever the decision is on this, I'm not going to be in the school in 5 years. So I don't have that kind of dog in the game. But I have that at least understanding of the potential of where we're going. I'm also a coach. I've been coaching for 7, 8 years over at Lyman Hall. And I've spoken with a lot of coaches, and I totally understand the feelings people have about a potential lack of opportunities for athletes. But I'm the assistant coach, so I coach JV. And last year, I had 5 games canceled because other schools couldn't field a JV team, and we only had 10 kids. If you know lacrosse, that's how many you put on a field. So I was killing them by running 10 kids, but we barely had enough kids to run a JV team. So when I look at and Sheehan, it doesn't have that many more. And a lot of sports have that issue. So I look at, well, what would be the benefit? And it's not, I don't get all charged up because we could be a powerhouse sports program. Sure, we would be something bigger and potentially better. And interestingly, when people bring up scholarship opportunities, those are the schools that get the scholarships. You really think about this. The kids that get the scholarship offers get attention from colleges who don't watch our games. They don't watch our leagues. They watch the double L and the L teams. That's where the scholarships go. So, I mean, there are pros and cons. All I'm saying is there are both sides to this issue. We could have freshman teams, large JV teams, and students, maybe they have to wait till they're juniors, seniors to play at the varsity level, but participation really could increase. More opportunities would be there for more students to participate with more teams available. Maybe not, but I think there are always two sides of this we need to look at. I look at that as a positive. But then again, I listen to everybody tonight, not just here. I went to Sheehan, I lived on that side of town, I grew up over there. And sometimes looking at it subjectively, I'm like, you know what? All that other great stuff I'm thinking about, maybe it's just not the right thing to do. Maybe we just need to keep 2 small schools. You know, and I may make that decision. I'm just not ready to make it now. And I just want that clear. But I also think it's important, again, I served on the board. How often in political life do we see 8 out of 9 people agree on anything, on any political body, comprised of people from different parties? And fortunately, at the local level, political party plays very little, not like Congress. But all the people on the Board of Ed have different backgrounds, different expertise. But one thing I know for sure, they're making their decisions based on what they think is in the best interest of the students. You may disagree with that, the decision, but it really hurts me to read comments and hear attacks on their character and statements that they don't care about the kids, they just care about money, they don't care about this or that. I promise you, they care. Right? Maybe they're making a decision that you don't like. Maybe we end up with a decision that you don't like. But it doesn't mean they're bad people. Right? They made a decision based on what they felt was going to be the best interest of the students. However this goes, you know, our students are going to be well served because we care as a community, obviously, about our students. I'll get off that soapbox, but I do have some real questions. And I will tell you this. One of the reasons I'm not ready to make a decision on this is because I see 2 different very important issues happening here. One is, do we have one combined school? And all of the arguments that have been made about potential drawbacks of a larger school versus two smaller schools are legitimate. Okay? They're real. People feel it, they believe it, and they have a right to those opinions. And maybe they're right. But I think the other very big issue is where it's proposed to go. And I brought this up on the website. And I want to thank all the people that run that website for, first of all, allowing me in, because I made it clear I wasn't blatantly against one high school. You were kind enough to let me in so I could get feedback from people. And I was treated, to this moment anyway, I've been treated with total respect, and I appreciate that. But I wanted to hear what people had to say. And the only thing I asked early on was, how much of your opposition is based on the location of the school? And a lot of people said, my opposition is not based on that. But clearly, for a lot of people, it is based on that. And I have the same concerns. I'm concerned about traveling from the west side of town to the Lyman Hall property. That's probably my biggest objection right now, is having to put this school on the Lyman Hall site. As much as I think the proposed building is amazing, and we would make an amazing building and it would be great, but it's really in a tough place for the whole town to have to go to, number one. Number two, there are, and there is, alternatives. There are alternatives, there is an alternative. Should get my grammar correct. And I have something in mind, and I want to share it at the right time and talk about it. That's why I don't want to shut this down tonight. We have options, okay? And if we were able to present to the community a plan where there was a single high school in a location that was central for the community, and we then were able to say, we'll be able to do this with the Sheehan Building and this at Lyman Hall, maybe there's less opposition, maybe not. But this is why I think we're here now, because your hands were tied severely when you were looking for sites. We don't need to go any farther. Now you're with us. Right? Maybe we can or cannot do anything about that, but we need to talk about that and see if there are alternatives. You know, what I have in mind, if it flew and the community was then able to support it, I could see us moving our Park and Rec department to Sheehan, all of you to Sheehan, you know, turning that into an amazing community facility for recreation purposes. And we could sell the existing Park and Rec building and get some tax dollars back. We don't have to worry about the Army. There's so many things we could do. We could also continue to run the VOAG program without Lyman Hall being there. You know we can. We probably only need the F-wing. I'm just winging it here, but we could continue to operate the VOAG as a magnet school if we wanted to. It wouldn't have to no longer, you know what I mean? It could always be there. We wouldn't be suffering from the state. We could get creative, and that could generate revenue. And that could be a very good continuing resource for the community. And you'd only need a small part of the existing building at Lyman Hall to let it still be a full high school. And then the rest of Lyman Hall, you can do what you want with. And then we still have more recreational opportunities there. So I think the opportunity for us as a community to look at this in the whole picture with more options than we may think we have is now. We've got a few weeks, a few months. Let's go over all of our options now that we're in the same room together, instead of forcing a decision upon ourselves. That's what I would like to see happen. Let's ask you a quick question, a real one. On page 11, after all that, right? On page 11, I noticed it was a 2018 study, and they did the enrollment, and it said the projected declines over 10 years. Well, we're 5 years in. Are those still charting based on the current projections? And we're looking at a 5-year-old. Are all of your charts based on those numbers? Or were they updated at all? Right,
Then Dr. Prater redid this, did the study for
right.
us
So
this
I'm just saying,
time.
you have a slide with certain numbers, but I'm going back and forth. Are they
Right.
still pretty,
They're off a little bit.
a little bit?
They're off a little bit.
So there's not as much of a decline? Or
Well,
is there more?
No, it's about, I think there's not as much, but it's still a little bit of a decline, right? But they're all, he's
I
off
want
a
to
little
understand my
bit.
slides
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put you on the spot with this one.
She hasn't been yet, so go ahead.
I was talking to you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a teacher. So I saw the results of the survey that went out to all the staff. I'm just curious, why, I want to word this the wrong way, because I know you didn't just disregard it, but 49% of the teachers felt strongly about maintaining the two high schools, I believe. I know. Why did you still go on? In other words, how did you handle, in your discussions, how much weight did the survey to the staff play in your decision? Is that a fair question? I mean,
Did that
I meant,
survey-
not
They
fair.
did that survey.
Not fair,
They did
properly
that survey
worded.
after
Yeah.
these were done.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've received the full survey with all of the comments and everything that's there. That was, I don't know, January, maybe December? It was not that long ago.
Well, yeah, so now, you know, so when I'm wearing my teacher hat, and I'm a member of that bargaining unit, and I see that, you know, I talk to my representatives in the union, I'm saying, is this the position of the union? How is that going, you know, how are you seeing that information? Just as public surveys came in?
Our decision was not based solely on that type of information, that the teachers wanted this. We looked at the entire educational experience for students, like I referred to. And we didn't bring you all of the academic reasons, because really, the academic piece of it is ours to decide. We did bring you the decision of, will you fund this?
Right.
The academic side of it, and we've alluded to some of the comments of the equity between programs, the equity between classes that do run and don't run, the impact to the students and the educational experience, and as we've talked about, the depth of the pathways, those type of direct student things meant more to us than the actual teacher wants to renovate to new versus have one high school versus thinks we don't need to renovate anything. Yes, it was considered, but it didn't carry as much weight as the student academic needs.
I respect that, thank you, and that's why I asked. I have expressed a lot of feelings. Hopefully people have an idea of where my perspective is right now. I'm not prepared to make a decision on this until I'm certain there are no other alternatives for a location. And then, I still may not agree that one high school is what we want to fund, but there's too many questions for me, still. That's my perspective right now. So, when I say no to this motion, I hope it's understood that I'm not voting yes on one high school. I'm voting no on saying no tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Zandri?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to echo a couple of Councilor Testa's comments, because you're right, Ms. Raccia. You know, you guys do handle the academic side of it. And I don't think any of the discussion up here was ever to take away from that. And I want to personally make sure that I'm making that clear. But it does come down to us. You guys bring your decision forward, and then you're saying, fund us. And then we've got taxpayers saying, don't spend it that way. That's part of what we have to look at. Knowing that if we say no to that, you'll have to come up with something else. Eventually, we have to do something. But I want to make sure that that our actions and activities up here aren't misconstrued. When we've got a lot of taxpayers coming forward, and that's why I said earlier, I might need to hear from more people, because maybe there's a whole silent majority out there that just figured this would go, and they didn't need to speak up, and that's why we need to hear it too. But I do have a question on the motion, because there's no money involved here. There's no spending ordinance. There's nothing going on right at this moment. So because I want to try to avoid confusion with everybody, I want to kind of go back to the comment that was made earlier about the referendum, because I'm confused about that. I might not understand it right. Question was asked earlier about referendum. We deferred to Councilor Farrell. And he indicated that if the decision isn't favorable to the people in the room, they could go to referendum, but there's no ordinance for appropriating or committing any money. So that is not what can happen tonight, correct? Or am I not understanding that?
So the referendum provision is in our charter. And, well, to go back to what you're asking, I think the motion is akin to asking the council to make a resolution. And I don't know that it has more weight than that, and that being the case, I don't know whether it's subject to a referendum.
Well, so we were looking it up because I was confused. It says the electors shall have the power to approve or reject at referendum, as herein provided, any ordinance or resolution, including an ordinance or other action appropriating or committing money, and then it goes into some other stuff. We're not doing that. What I want to make sure people understand is, if we vote yes or no tonight and it's not something they like, this is not referendum time, or is that, or are they free to do it regardless? I guess I'm looking for some I don't think they can referendum.
Attorney Farrell, if you could.
Well, I was going by an ordinance doesn't involve money either. But, I still feel that they could take it to a referendum.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure folks understood that. So apparently it sounds like whether you're in favor of this or not, if it doesn't go the way you want, referendum is the option then to go that way. Because the last thing I want to do is I don't want the people to feel like they're not heard. And if they feel that this is something they want to take to referendum, then they understand what their next steps might be. I don't know how I feel about the motion either, because again, we're basically the way the motion is set up, we're telling the Board of Ed, don't do this work this way anymore. And I don't know, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are in support of one school or two schools or committing the money or not, but I don't know that we can tell them what to do. That's my only concern. Councilor Tata, could you read the motion again that you make? Because I want to make sure I understand it.
Sure. The motion is for the town council to recommend that the Board of Ed not pursue a consolidated high school any further.
Yeah, I don't know that we can do that.
Carries no weight,
May I?
other than philosophically. Yeah, but go ahead.
May I, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Chairman? No,
Yeah.
You're the boss.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My intent with the motion is not, I understand we can't tell the Board of Ed what to do. It doesn't prevent them from moving on or from pursuing this if they so choose. But absent of a request for money tonight, I'm just not sure what the point of any of this is without us stating how we feel. And so my intent with the motion was, at least for me personally, to say this isn't the direction I want us to go. I don't think the one consolidated high school is a good idea. And so we just recommend to them that they not go that route. Again, if there's not absent of a request for money, I'm not sure why we wouldn't be stating how we feel about this. I thought that was the whole purpose of this.
So the spirit of your, would it be fair to say that the spirit of your motion is to kind of offer our temperature? Like if they're trying to take our temperature, we're offering it with the vote.
Yes, that's what I think is going on. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Because I want to be clear that, you know, we can't tell the Board of Ed what to do. But if they're asking us on top of giving us the entire set of details, well, if we're going to do something next, we want to know what you might want us to do, what we might fund and so on. Then I guess we could say, well, we're in favor of you continuing or not. But, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein.
You know, I think what we have going on tonight is unfair. And I just want to take a moment to, I guess, apologize to those individuals that are here tonight. You know, our kids are important to us. And when people try and do things that affect our kids, we take it seriously. Our procedure, if there was really a want, an ask, it's supposed to be in writing. The Board of Education put some sort of memo together. We want money for X. It goes to the mayor's office. Doesn't get to us unless the mayor signs off on it. I'm sorry that, you know, I see people here that are very concerned. But that's how we started this meeting. I mean, I didn't think this was appropriate. So I have to ask, was anything ever put in writing and submitted to the mayor for a request? Because I don't even know what number we're talking about here, potentially. Did anybody put a writing together and go to the mayor?
So we put a request together to come here to bring our decision here. I did share with the mayor where we were, and we had a meeting with him to share where we were in terms of what the board has decided. So that's where I left it, with coming here to share what the Board of Education has decided in terms of one high school.
And that correspondence is a letter dated March 17, correct? It had 3 items on it.
Correct.
One of which we're dealing with here today.
Correct.
So if you were to leave here tonight with what you desire, what would that be?
So I'm going to speak on the half of the board.
Well, it would be helpful if we had paper, but yes.
Right. So we were looking, the Board of Education made that decision of one high school and was looking to continue to move on to get a deeper dive study. So to go out for an RFP, to look for an architectural and engineering firm, to begin the next steps of moving forward in considering a location for one high school. As of right now, it would be Lyman Hall, because that's where we are, in terms of where we are, with the information that we have. So that's what we were looking at it for.
And how much would you be looking for?
So the estimates that I have, because they're round estimates of going out for that, the initial study would be, or phase to do that study, is around between $200,000 and $300,000 to do that.
Okay.
To do that one piece, yeah, sorry.
And when did we approve you hiring Peter Prada to do his work with regard to this?
Right, so that was part of the first study. He came with, that was the package of the first study. So that's a component that was embedded within that.
So we didn't approve that. You took it upon yourself to do that in your diligence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So don't you, I mean, once again, you've heard a lot of times, we don't control, you know, why haven't you, you don't have money to do?
No,
what-
no, do you want me to go ahead? All right, sorry, the accountant, and he's coming out. At this point, the next phase of the architectural study would be eligible for bonding. So the studies done thus far, like the feasibility study and the enrollment study, we paid for that with Board of Ed funds because that's not going to be eligible. No matter what project you do, whether you do the 2 schools or the 1, like that would not matter. That came out of our budget and we paid for it. Whatever we do moving forward, if we're doing a deep dive architectural study that has all of the components, it's looking at transportation, it's looking in depth at wetlands, it's looking at all that stuff, that becomes, assuming you move forward with the project, that becomes a bondable component of your larger project. Does that help?
Sure.
So we
it
would
begs-
not, it would come from the town for bonding.
Sure, so it begs the question why, you know, transportation is an issue, right? So if the determination through the architectural study that you spend $200,000 to $300,000 comes back and this little 5% of that thing says it's going to take an hour and a half to get a kid across town, then the rest of it's irrelevant, right? Because that's a non-starter. So what stops you with the limited funds that you do have from just doing the transportation study without us?
That would have to be a board decision.
Okay,
To
well,
start
why-
carving out, well, we would have to, what study would we do it on? Like what, right now, this is, all that we have is a feasibility study. I'm hearing there might be other options for land. Like what do we, all of those are what ifs.
Yeah,
So,
but these are also components, and I do appreciate Councilor Testa's vision, and I always have up here. You know, Dr. Menzo is not a real estate agent, never was. So, you know, I will, you know, the Anthem property right around the corner from my house would serve your needs. There is a
Zipper.
vacant lot that's huge right next to it, right? So that building was half empty when Dr. Menzo was our superintendent. That may be a viable, it's right by the highway, it's right by 68, it's somewhat centrally located, right? How come if, you know, because I'm sort of, you know, it's really this location is the biggest problem here. It's untenable to even fathom that somebody's going to go from Dana Boulevard to Lyman Hall, and it's going to be fair to those kids that are on the other side of town. It's just unfathomable. So why hasn't somebody on the Board of Ed taken the initiative, hooked up with a real estate agent, tried to put parcels together and try and do this?
we don't have any purse to do that. We can't go in and
You don't
enter
have to- it
into a
doesn't- you don't
real
have to
estate
pay-
agreement.
You don't have to pay money to a real
No,
estate
no,
agent.
no, we can't buy any land. We
Without
cannot go
us,
out, right.
So you go.
So if the town council doesn't like the feasibility study, the town council could bring us options. We are totally open to options. If you don't like it at Lyman Hall, where else can we do it? I'm sure the board would entertain different options. We did
Well,
look at
and I-
places back then, that building wasn't even on the market.
I'm just, you know, you have an awful lot of power that's unchecked by us. And I'm not aware of any preclusion to the Board of Education reaching out to somebody who deals in properties in Wallingford and say, listen, this is what we're looking for. Can you, you know, a lot of that stuff's done in the hush-hush. And, you know, can you try and get some parcels together? I mean, what do you think developers do when they put together things? And then, you know, you find out what the penalty is at Lyman Hall, you know, and if it's going to be $2 million, that's fine. You eat it. You sell the property. Somebody puts houses there. And then we have a centrally located high school. I just, you know, thinking outside the box is really important here. So while I understand the motion that's on the table, I am not interested in, even since you want an opinion, talking about this without knowing the time period that it is reasonably anticipated for a student to get to the other side of school. Because if it's untenable, the rest of it's not even worth talking about. It's pipe dream. So I think that you could probably carve that out, get a transportation study. I don't know that it would be that expensive. I think you probably have the funds to do that, and if you don't, we certainly can have that talk. But $200,000 to $300,000 on something that may be untenable right out the door is just not something that I can do. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Allenson.
First, I'd like to apologize for being late. I had commitments at work. I came from Massachusetts. I was there till late. So, ironically enough, today, part of my program at my office was on adaptive versus innovative problem-solving techniques. I learned that I tend to lean towards innovation, and many of my colleagues learn or tend to lean towards adaptation. And adaptation is not necessarily being resistant to change. It's somebody who wants all of the information before they are willing to make a change. I tend to be a person who likes to just test in the system. That's what I do for a living, but I go in and we have a test system. It's not hurting anything. I try it. And one of the things I learned about myself today is, taking a step back to find the root cause of a problem, because sometimes I solve the wrong problem along the way. All of that being said, I do think that this motion is out of order. We can make recommendations, but in my opinion, this is largely symbolic, and we should not be in a position where we just recommend that nobody do anything with a study. I do have concerns about the actual study that was presented to us. Most of my concerns reside around athletic facilities. In that I know right now Lyman Hall gym is not big enough to have all the students in for a pep rally. Some students have to sit in the auditorium. My concern is that, again, the gym would be pretty small given the student body. I don't think it's fair for freshmen especially to participate separately. Because that's a really formidable time of their lives. So I would want to see something come back if we pursue this further, where we create athletic facilities that are large enough for the student body to all be in there at once. And additionally, that we have training facilities that are adequate for those needs as well. When you have more students in one place doing sports, you need to have more training facilities and opportunities from that perspective as well. Those are my concerns with what is actually on the table. I wanted to listen before I really made too many comments. I am not for 2 schools or 1 school necessarily, but I do believe that my colleagues on the Board of Ed have done a really thorough study and analysis. I also attended the community conversations. I was one of very few people. I also, both online and in person. I also have concerns about when we bring forth an idea that kids will get lost in academics at a school that size. I'm sorry to my colleagues on Board of Ed and Superintendent Belizzi for this, but schools of similar size in Connecticut, the :1 school in Connecticut is Darien High. This is according to U.S. News World Report, I'm guessing ending academic year 2022. Darien is #1 with 1,348 students. Staples is #5, 1,888 students. Ridgefield is #8, 1,558 students. Greenwich with 2,748 students is #9. Glastonbury, 20, with 1,926 students. Trumbull, 23, 2,136 students. Lyman Hall High School is number 106 in Connecticut with 1,017 students. And Mark T. Sheehan is number 111 with 760 students. So I think this comes to a deeper conversation. You're all in the room and everybody should be concerned about academics, right? I don't necessarily know, from my perspective, that the argument that 2 high schools is necessarily working for academics according to this model is completely backed by data. I do understand, however, that we have a room of passionate people. We have educators, we have students, we have parents, we have people who love this town. We have people who don't want to feel displaced or unheard. And I understand all of those fears. I believe in my colleagues on the Board of Ed, and I do believe in Superintendent Bellizzi and her administrative staff. I would never, ever say that anyone there or on this council doesn't have the minds, or the interests of the students and families at heart. I believe that we all have different opinions and we all come from different places, and many of the people in this room are probably legacy families in Wallingford. I happen to not be a part of a legacy family in Wallingford. I went to high school in Monroe. Some of my classmates came from Beacon Falls and Prospect and Oxford. They didn't have a high school at the time that I went to school. It's like real long ago in 2000. And so my class was actually the last class that we bussed in 160 students from that district to our high school to fulfill their needs. And they rode a bus for an hour and a half in some instances, and their parents had the option to send them to Seymour, and they didn't. They sent them to Massac. So I totally appreciate the transportation concerns, and I do think that a transportation study is warranted. It is not an invalid question, and it's probably like the second time ever that I've agreed with Councilor Fishbein that it needs to be done. So I do think that this motion, from my perspective, I will not vote yes on this motion because I have a lot of faith in this community, and I have a lot of faith in the people who bring forth the information to us. I also don't believe that it is my place as a town councilor and a former Board of Ed member to preclude the Board of Ed from making a decision such as this. I also don't really want people calling my office phone, so please don't. I did hear that some Board of Ed members did have that taking place, and I understand the passion behind it, and I completely agree with you for feeling the way that you do about your families and these students. I would just ask that you have patience, because we're all people going through this together, right? And at the same time, we have students. We have a very large student body at Lyman Hall High School that is underrepresented here. The only email I got from a Lyman Hall parent was, "I don't care if you do one school, just please not there." And I'm not gonna lie, third time in a row, but I do understand that notion, and I do get it. But again, I have to trust in my colleagues who I worked with for 2 years, who I still continue to work with, who I have a lot of respect for, who have way more education combined than I will ever have, because I'm done after my MBA. I'm just saying, it's hard. But this is not an easy decision for any of us, but it is also not our position, or it is not our place to tell the Board of Ed that we're going to make a grandstanding motion to say something that is simply symbolic. So that's all from me.
Councilor Laffin?
Thanks. Sorry, some bullet points that I lost in my emotional outreach. The polls, all the polls that ever been taken that I've seen, there's more than 2 questions usually. And if you add up, I mean, they may be more or less close, right? But if you add up the 2 negative ones, the majority is don't do one consolidated school. So that either something needs to be flipped, or the majority, as we've talked about, is kind of over there. We need to figure out why exactly, and then if it's worth moving it over. And it goes back to one of the other housing anomalies I forgot to mention. About 10 years ago, there was a thing going around in Wallingford and across the country where people had to decide whether they were going to build up or move out. And people were adding second floors to their homes and things like that, so much so that it would take them out of reasonable comps in their area. And they had to basically decide, do you want to find another house in your community that you'd rather live in, or build up where you are and stay in your neighborhood? The risk is you better plan to live and die there, because in any sort of foreseeable future, you are not going to make your money back on it. That may be the situation with 2 high schools. If we have to spend a little more to get them all back up and brand new, and then we have middle schools, there is an emotional expense, an expense to pay for our emotions there. 3, the VOAG timeline is 2030. This plan was 2028. At this rate, it's probably going to be like 2050. So the VOAG building is probably going to be a non-issue. But even so, you're talking at that point, like, could the school open in 2031 and the VOAG thing is all set and whatever, just something else to kick out there. The other point, we're going to get back to location, it's a bullet point that I thought of that I think highlights some of the stress, is that there are walkers for Lyman Hall High School where it is closer to walk to the North Haven border than it is to school. They are in the 2 schools are in the complete opposite ends of the town. And I think that's the trick. I do think if there was something more centrally located, there could be a different dynamic going on. Regarding the motion again and a referendum, inaction is action. No motion tonight. Continue, go back, more dialogue back and forth, community, us, you, everything. I don't think there needs to be any action tonight. And a referendum on tonight's motion of telling you no would just be, if that passed, would be like, don't tell them no, but don't tell them yes either, because it's not the opposite. It just cancels out what occurred. So, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Councilor Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just regarding the motion, to address some of the comments that were made, and I guess this goes back to Councilor Fishbein's initial comments at the very beginning tonight. I guess I'm just wondering, why did you not just ask us for the money tonight? I'm still the reason I made the motion is because I'm assuming that you want to hear our opinion so you know whether you're going to move forward or not. So why not just ask for the money tonight?
Correct. We should have. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We'll be back in 2 weeks.
We can come back. So I think, also, it was really to share where what the Board of Education's decision was on the one high school, and to give you all of the information and kind of understand, where you all sit in terms of support of this moving forward. So while it's $200,000 to $300,000 to start, the total cost of the whole study is 5 to 7% of the entire project. And so, I think looking at it from our end was, are we going to continue to move forward doing this if there isn't the support of it?
Right.
In addition to the location of it. So, looking at it from is there one centralized location? And so feeling like from our end, we don't have the spending power to be able to do that. I understand the comments of going out and looking and having all of that. But again, looking at the factors as we were with, the ASTE building, and are there other locations? But again, not moving forward any further than this without getting a feel as to where everyone is on this project. And knowing that for the Board of Education, they have been doing this for a long time.
Great, I appreciate your candor. Thank you. So I'm going to leave the motion because I think it sounds to me like the Board of Ed is trying to gauge our opinion, and my opinion at this point is I don't think it's a good idea to pursue the one consolidated high school for all the reasons stated tonight. So that's the purpose of the motion. They're asking how we feel. That's how I feel. I don't know that we need more. I mean, there's been, like they said, they've been working on this for 5 years. I don't know what more information we're going to get besides, if we get into a traffic study or something for this specific location. I don't want to make all of these people come back. I mean, it's already 11:20. Some people have been here since 5. I don't want to make everybody come back in 2 weeks. If it were in 2 weeks or a month, when then the board comes back and says, okay, well, now we're going to come ask for the money for the study, and then we go through this whole thing again. I don't want to make everybody do that. So I'm comfortable at this point saying that's my opinion at this point, and I'll leave the motion as is. Thank you.
Councilor Laffin.
And hopefully the final statement. I wouldn't feel too bad about whether you asked for the money or not at the presentation. That's just a MacGuffin for everything. It's just the plot device that drives the story. I think the result would have been the same. The money thing, we would have gotten hung up
I was
for an
just going
extra
to say,
hours.
if we had a dollar amount
Yeah.
on there, it wouldn't have changed any of the outcome. To be honest, none of us in our hearts really thought that you guys were going to jump up and say, go, one high school, and move on.
We would have
But
spent
we
time.
needed to start generating the conversations, and the conversations haven't happened at the Board of Ed. Councilor Zandri and Councilor Allenson,
I agree.
you were
I
at the public
Yeah,
forum.
I wanted to make
so
sure you guys were okay with
we're
that.
good.
Yeah.
We're
We would have
good.
spent another
Nobody
90
was
minutes
going to win,
arguing
nobody
about
was
that.
going to lose tonight, but everybody got more informed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor.
just with regard to this, if the other approach was taken, we would have gotten a title for a bond ordinance in the process of dealing with all that to come in to be able to appropriate money. So the approach they took was to find out, well, if there isn't really support for this, why go through all of that? And, it's wasted time, potentially money. We come in and find out if there's philosophically support, and then follow up with trying to get the funding. I don't think there's any error in trying to find out ahead of time rather than be dealing with bond ordinance.
All right, that's all we have on the council. There were 2 hands earlier, now 3. I'm because of the late hour, I'm inclined to say 5 minutes. Please take no longer than a minute if you can. Ma'am, I think you wanted to talk about hockey. And if you just, again, identify yourself for the record.
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman. My name is Jill Negro. I live at 22 Partridge Run, and I wanted to talk about hockey. So my husband, and I just wanted to clarify that it is not just about sports. I have legitimate concerns mostly about the location. My child in special education, I am not from Wallingford. This does not have anything to do with the emotional decision of the powder puff. I don't even know what the powder puff is. I also went to Massac. The problem is you're talking about schools that spend money on their kids' education. So Monroe is a town that spends money on their kids' education. My concern, and I appreciate you letting me answer, Mr. Chairman, because it speaks to my concern that I don't feel that that decision was based on information that was entirely accurate. It seemed as if it was rushed. It seemed as if the information was possibly inaccurate, missing pieces. I'm hearing that, that was just a preliminary study, that was just contemplative, but you made a decision based on that information. I can share that Mr. Votto said that next year they don't have enough kids for hockey. So my husband is a coach in Greater New Haven Warriors. Interestingly, he also used to work for Fusco Corporation, which built many schools, and can share about that whole process. He would be here if he wasn't at home taking care of our 2 kids. We don't feel that we were given an opportunity. We don't feel that there was adequate communication and notification for public information, for a forum to speak. Mr. Votto stated that there won't be enough kids for a hockey team at Sheehan next year. I can tell you with confidence that I'm with a husband who's a coach. My kids are the age that will be starting in the school when the school opens. My son had several kids in his class who are hockey players all throughout school. I can tell you that some of those kids will be cut. So my concern is the information that we received in the packet said that at least 120 kids will be cut from sports that they're interested in, sports such as football, which my kids don't play because they're too busy playing hockey. But there's a lot of kids that play football. What are you going to do for those kids? And I haven't gotten a lot of reassurance that these concerns were addressed. And my main question was, I see a lot of studies have been done on the cost, enrollment, utilization. What were the studies on the social and emotional impact on students? Where's the results of those studies? Thank you.
Do you want your photographs back?
I got it.
Ma'am?
Hi again. Renee D. La Chevrotier, 13 Jonathan Road. I just want to circle back to how we were made aware of the Board of Ed decision.
We're aware there was a problem.
Right. So, sorry, it's a little scattered because I'm trying to write notes as you guys were speaking. So you're saying that you want more input, but we were given that survey. We voted on the survey. The survey stated that the majority of the people wanted to renovate 2 high schools. So I'm just curious as to why, if you're asking for opinions, those weren't taken. Why wasn't that the opinion? The opinion was that the majority of people felt we should renovate 2 high schools. So there's that. And what was the student input on this? We're talking about the students' academics. We heard several students speak tonight about how they are very happy with the education that they're getting, but we're saying that their academics are suffering. So if it's the students' academics that's suffering, but we're hearing from students that they don't feel that they're suffering, but they would be suffering if they went to a bigger high school, what students were asked? Like, what opinion did the students get to have in all of this? And I also wanted to ask about the $1 million budget that went unspent last year with the Board of Ed.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question, not that anybody's going to answer it.
Were the students asked? Was there any student input on how they feel their academic future would be for this? Like, was there any input from the students? I get that those kids might not be in high school when this happens, but getting any input from the students. There was a survey for the parents. Some parents may not have students when the school's built, still in school.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Now,
so my question was, and my other question was, what happened to the $1 million budget? That's my question. That went unspent. There was an article in the paper.
Yeah, I think we might have appropriated that at some point, but. All right, anyone else?
Charles Flynn, 52 Academy Street. I think everyone's done a wonderful job here. Everybody have great points. I just think that possibly the Board of Ed maybe came forward a little too soon. Maybe they need some other options. Clearly, people don't want the one high school, but possibly consider amending your motion to make, we don't want one high school at this time? Add 3 words to it. Because now you can never do it. A couple of the counselors said, pick another location. And I'd be for one. I don't really like the location of Lyman Hall. 6 of us in our family went there, but that's all. Thank you.
All right. With no other takers, I bring it back to the council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allenson.
No.
Carmody.
No.
Fishbein.
Yes.
Laughlin.
No.
Tata.
Yes.
Testa.
No.
Zandri.
No.
Chairman Cervoni.
No. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a point of order? Is it allowable or possible for us to have an executive session?
No.
Okay.
You can't have one unless you post it on an agenda.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to double check. So you can't do the Rule 5 thing and then make it an executive session?
Not on an executive session.
Okay.
Is that English?
Oh, it's reading the presentation now.
Okay.
Is Alexa answering me? All right. Okay, well, I'll ask for it
Yeah, and
appropriately.
it has to fit one of the
I
FOI
understand.
exceptions.
Well, I would just like to ask, because we're all here, I would like to have a discussion joint discussion with the board regarding possible location. How could we do that? We just put an agenda item for the next meeting?
Yeah, Attorney Farrell, can we, Counselor Testa wants to do an executive session on the potential acquisition of land. Am I correct, Counselor Testa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But it would be it wouldn't be very lengthy, but, it would be inappropriate at this time to just throw it out there publicly, so.
Can I ask what your intent is? Are you looking for the full board and full council?
Well, I don't know, that's what
Okay,
I'm.
because we are coming up on April vacation, as you know.
Right.
And I think that's your next town council meeting, your next Tuesday meeting. That's why we're here tonight.
I need to bounce something off my colleagues and the administration and you. So I'm just looking for the most convenient way to do that for everybody.
I'm sure we can get a majority first. I'm sure we can get a majority for a special meeting, if you wanted to schedule that.
All right,
We'll work something out.
We
Okay.
can talk some more about that offline.
Thank you.
There being no further business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposed. Are there any? I declare this meeting adjourned.